Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Ways and Means. Committee Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Assembly members Anderson, Backus, Brown May, Dickman, Hafen, Hibbets, Howdigi, Koenig, Muska, O'Neill, Torres Fawcett, Watts, Yeager, and Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. Will you mark members present as they arrive? There's some presenting bills in other committees. I appreciate it. Good morning to everyone joining us here in Carson City and those joining us in Las Vegas and those that are online. We only have a few more days left in this session, so we appreciate your being here with us, and we appreciate in advance your patience with us because everything's a moving target, unfortunately. We will have public comment today at the end of the meeting, and that number is 669-900-6833. The meeting ID number is 874-750-11432, and then please press pound. We'll remind members and those of you joining us in the audience to either silence or turn off all of your electronic devices. This is a fiscal committee, but some of the bills did not have a policy hearing, so we will have a policy plus fiscal hearing on some of the bills today. And I will remind everyone that oftentimes you hear things in a hearing that you don't agree with, you don't like, and that's fine. You can have your personal opinions, but the one thing you cannot do in this committee meeting is be rude or disrespectful to anyone else, and that includes the members on the dais. If you choose to be rude or disrespectful, I will choose to remove you from my meeting. So that's the policy of Assembly Ways and Means. We do play nice with one another. We have an agenda, but there are a number of members that have a few items on the agenda, so I'm going to try to group those together so we'll kind of jump around. So I'm going to let you know the order we're going to go in. SB 9 will be the first hearing today. Then we will go to SB 174, then SB 133, or SB 147, then SB 133, then SB 229, followed by SB 280, and then SB 233, followed by SB 378, and then SB 240, followed by SB 245, then SB 393, followed by SB 434, and we will end the day with SB 417. So if you're towards the end, I'm not sure how long the hearings will take, but I thought it was fair to let you guys know the schedule. So if you want to go get coffee or a bite to eat and come back, you can do that. With that, we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 90, which makes an appropriation to the Department of Education for the provisions of grants to organizations to provide certain supplies and materials to teachers and specialized instructional support personnel. And we will welcome Senator Darryl Loop, Chair of Senate Finance, to the table. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and I know that this is one, if not the hardest working committee, and I'm teasing one of your committee members. So good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. I am Marilyn Darryl Loop, representing Senate District 8 in Clark County, and I am here to present Senate Bill 90, which authorizes the reimbursement of teachers for certain out-of-pocket expenses. I would like to briefly begin with the context of SB 90. The National Education Association reported in 2022 that well over 90% of teachers spend their own money on school supplies and other items their students need. These supplies can include paper, notebooks, pencils, classroom books, and more. These contributions can cost on an average of $500 of a teacher's own money, and some estimates suggest out-of-pocket are now even higher, averaging $800. And I can tell you as a teacher, way back when I was spending that amount of money. It is necessary to address this practice of our education professionals using their own money. In summary, SB 90 appropriates $15 million to the Nevada Department of Education to create a grant program that will allow teachers and specialized instructional support personnel to obtain supplies and materials for their classroom and for school operations to obtain supplies and materials. I'm referring to school personnel such as counselors, psychologists, social workers, nurses, speech language pathologists, and school library media specialists, among others, in terms of how this translates to individual employees. This provides each of the employees up to $500 under this program, and they may receive more if money from another source for this purpose is available. And I have Nevada's Department of Education here. They submitted a fiscal note indicating certain costs, and they are here to explain those costs and what we have done to adjust the cost of this. And this will allow our teachers to have 2 years in a row this time. Last year, we had a $10 million allocation for 1 year, and the next year, the teachers were so sad when they went to apply and there wasn't any money. So this year, we have split it into 2 years, $7.5 million for each year for those teachers so that we can service hopefully even more teachers. So with that, Madam Chair, if you have questions about the fiscal note, I would love if the Nevada Department of Education could come up here and update us on the fiscal note from the department.
Good morning.
Good morning, Amelia Tebow for the record, Nevada Department of Education. The fiscal note was initially for overtime for the purposes of grant administration, payments, etc. We are removing the fiscal note and will be absorbing that into comp time rather than overtime for our staff.
During the senator's testimony, she said this was a program that's already in existence, but there wasn't money for both years in the last biennium. So do you already have staff that's administering the program?
Amelia Tebow for the record. We do have staff, but they are also often operating with excess time.
And for the teachers, it says the limits are of the agreements is to $500 per teacher. Is that per year, per school year, or just in total for the biennium?
That would be for each teacher for each school year.
And last question, is it a competitive process to get the grant, or is just anyone kind of first come, first serve?
Marilyn Dondero Loop for the record. Yes, it is a little bit first come, first serve, but we served almost, I think, 100% of the teachers that applied last time. And the other thing that happens many times is, say, 4 or 5 second grade teachers might go together and buy manipulatives for the whole class, the whole grade level, and then share. English teachers may buy books or other items, robotics, whatever they need. Sometimes these teachers go together, and then we have a process where it is purchased and sent to them so that it doesn't take their time to search and rescue all these things that they need.
Perfect, thank you. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Oh, Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Senator, for bringing this piece of legislation. I know a lot of educators that have their classrooms have benefited from this program. My question is more from NDE. Last time that we administered this grant, I know that there were a couple instances where educators misused those funds and I know that there was one incident at one school in Southern Nevada where the teacher used them to buy video gaming equipment, and then they ended up getting caught later on throughout this process, and there was like a criminal charges pressed. But I'm just wondering what role the NDE is playing ensuring that schools and educators are aware of, one, the consequences, like what these funds are for, but then two, that like if they're not, like what role does the school playing in making sure that those funds either stay with that school or are transferred to another classroom if the once they've already been given the items?
Amelia Thibault for the record. Previously, our grant has been with Donors Choose, who we fund through a grant or an interlocal. The Donors Choose then has the kind of competitive process for teachers to submit their projects. In terms of identifying if those funds have been used appropriately, this is a matter of monitoring, subrecipient monitoring, and then subsequent monitoring by Donors Choose. This is an area where we have identified, based off of our recent experience, that it does need more attention, which is also where, just based off of existing needs and existing capacity and that's where the overtime came in. But as I said, we're moving that to comp time. So it's just really a matter of digging further into the subrecipient monitoring.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think part of it is also the education of the educators, just so that they're aware, like, this is what these items are for. If you change schools, where do those items go? Many educators change, we'll go from one elementary school to a different one. So do those items stay in that school? Or can they go along with that teacher because they're continuing to serve in another public school? So just making sure that information is available to educators. I know that after that occurred, some teachers were like kind of panicking, like, oh gosh. And I'm like, you didn't buy a video game system and decide to bring it home. Those are very different things. But there is a line, how about if I buy a computer that I use for work, but then also personal use? Just making sure that information is readily available is really important.
Amelia Thibault for the record. We can try to make sure that when we go into our contract, whether through grant assurances or the agreement, that there is a stipulation we could probably easily add to make sure that Donors Choose is providing like clear disclaimer language as they go through the application process. I will make note of that.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I think this question is for Ms. Thibault. Do you know from the last time that we did this, what percentage of the teachers that received this were in like Title I schools, for example? Do we have any of that information?
Marilyn Dondero Loop for the record. I'm sorry, I'll jump in here. We didn't actually monitor, how many Title I schools, what have you, but I can tell you there was a high percentage because I received many emails or, there was something on Twitter feed, whatever, and I can tell you that a lot of those teachers were exactly who used this for their classrooms for whatever reason.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Sure. Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. From personal experience, as others know, I have never used it, but it has helped many of our 1st through 5-year teachers and other licensed education personnel get the help they need. So thank you for being aware of this, not just to help our classrooms, but also as a retention tool. Really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that time.
Marilyn Dondero Loop for the record. Thank you very much for the kind words. I will tell you, I do know of one teacher who emailed me and said, do I get this? I don't need it. I'm an experienced teacher. And she said, can I use it to help somebody else? So she actually helped another teacher that was brand new, that was in desperate need of some things.
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you for being here to present the bill. I'll ask you both to step back, and we'll call to the table anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 90. I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Good morning. You can get started here in Carson City.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you for the sponsor for bringing this forward. Nathaniel Wall, Clark County School District. We just want to voice our support. This has been a valuable program for our educators down in Clark County, and we're excited to hopefully see it continue. So thank you, and we urge your support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Mary Przinski, here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and this has been a program that's been very successful and very helpful to our teachers over the years, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association speaking in support of Senate Bill 90. It's well known that teachers and educators spend hundreds of dollars every year on supplies for their classrooms, and we've been advocating to reimburse educators for their out-of-pocket expenses for years, including expanding those who are eligible. So we support the current partnership with NDE and the distribution of those funds, and we ask for your support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Boards, and I will set the example for the day and say ditto.
Thank you so much for that, and we hope everyone follows your example. Not seeing anyone at the table down south in Las Vegas broadcast, do we have anyone joining us on the phone that would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 90?
If you would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 90, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 90, I invite you to the table here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone joining us to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 90.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 90, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 90, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone joining us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 90.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 90, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, it appears we have no callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the bill sponsor if you have any closing remarks. She's shaking her head no. We will close the hearing on Senate Bill 90. And we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 147, which creates the Southern Nevada Regional Planning for Economic Resilience Pilot Program. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Once again, I am Marilyn Dondero-Loop, representing Senate District 8 in Clark County, and I'm very excited to be here today to present Senate Bill 147 in its second reprint, which creates the Southern Nevada Regional Planning for Economic Resiliency Pilot Program. Southern Nevada's rapid population growth increasing the demands on its infrastructure and transit systems. The region's long-term economic resiliency depends on coordinated planning efforts that address current challenges while preparing future opportunities. And Senate Bill 147 attempts to address those issues. I have got Dr. David Demore and others down there in Las Vegas to help me present this bill. And so with your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Demore.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You can go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is David Demore. It's D-A-M-O-R-E. I'm the Executive Director of the Lindsay Institute in Brookings Mountain West, 2 donor-funded public policy centers at UNLV. I want to thank the Assembly Ways and Means Committee for hearing SB 147 today and Senator Dondero-Loop for carrying this legislation. Today, I want to provide a little background information about the bill's origin and discuss how the pilot program will work. So last spring, GoEd released the Southern Nevada Regional Industrial Study. This was a analysis completed by Brookings Mountain West, the Center for Business and Economic Research, and the Transportation Research Center at UNLV. The charge was to identify opportunities for scaled industrial development in Clark County, make comparisons of economic growth and productivity to neighboring metros. And we were also asked to compare regional governance and planning capacity needed to identify, prioritize, and develop infrastructure to support economic diversification and development. The regions we compete against for opportunities have well-established structures to organize regionally and develop regional policy responses. In the report, we looked in detail at Phoenix, Denver, and Salt Lake City. And one of the recommendations of the report was to more effectively compete for economic development opportunities. Southern Nevada needs to strengthen regional planning capacity. SB 147, establishing the Southern Nevada Regional Planning for Economic Resiliency pilot program, is an important step in this process. The goals of the pilot program are really twofold and are outlined in sections 8 and 9 of the bill. It's to evaluate and integrate planning for infrastructure and transit in areas target for economic development and redevelopment by local government and agencies. Also to identify funding sources to support infrastructure development. Out of this process, there'll be a list of the most important projects for economic growth and redevelopment in the region, and a review of what infrastructure is needed to support development at these sites, such as utilities, roadways, and transit. The list will be developed based upon input received from local government, stakeholders, and community members, including the advisory committee created in Section 7 of the bill. The advisory committee would include representatives from local governments and the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance with experience in regional planning, economic development or redevelopment, workforce development, infrastructure development, or transit services. Once we know that the infrastructure gaps need to support development of these sites, we will create a prioritized list of the most important infrastructure projects and transit services that can be packaged for future grants to increase the level of federal investment in Southern Nevada. The pilot program will be overseen by the Metropolitan Planning Organization with the RTC of Southern Nevada. MPOs are created and funded with a local match by the Federal Highway Administration, the Federal Transit Administration within the U.S. Department of Transportation. The RTC will designate a project manager, such as a staff member or consultant, to build capacity and a contractor to provide technical expertise. The report will be submitted to the RTC board, which includes Clark counties and the 5 cities in the county, for review and approval. Following RTC board approval, the report will be submitted to the state as outlined in the bill. The RTC is willing and able to fill this gap in regional coordination and planning. As the MPO for the region, RTC regularly serves as a regional convener and facilitator. The RTC also administers federal planning funds and grants, contracts for planning studies and outreach, and the Southern Nevada Strong Regional Plan. However, the RTC relies on federal transportation planning funds, which are restricted to transportation planning activities only. A state funding source would enable RTC to conduct comprehensive infrastructure planning to support economic development and redevelopment projects that strengthen and diversify our region's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the other presenter down south, did you have anything to add to the conversation?
No, I just want to mention Demi Falcon for the record with Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada in case there are any clarifying questions from members.
All right, I do have a question. I know that the RTC has been trying to do this work for a number of years and meeting with stakeholders on, if not a monthly, a quarterly basis. How is this different than the other efforts that RTC has been doing to address transportation and regional transportation concerns?
David Demore for the record. I think the primary difference is this is larger in scope, right? Because this is going beyond transportation, talk about infrastructure, you can think about utilities, water lines. And just to give you a couple of an example. So right now, as part of the Southern Nevada a strong revision to the plan, they're looking at activity centers. Where do people spend their time? Where do they go to for work, for education, those kinds of things there. And this would then be able to say, okay, well, if we want to continue to develop those areas, what are the infrastructure that we need beyond simply transit? Transit is certainly a big part of it, but it goes beyond that. And as I mentioned in my comments, right, the planning dollars that RTC gets from the federal government are really restricted to transportation.
Thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? And this appropriation is not included in the executive budget. And as for RTC, you've stated that there would be a fiscal impact to your agency. Is that what the appropriation would cover, Senator, just the fiscal impact to the RTC?
Thank you very, Marilyn Dondero for the record. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And yes, but I am going to ask Ms. Falcone if she would like to weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, the appropriation or the fiscal note is the impact to the Regional Transportation Commission, which would be used towards a consultant to help with the economic impact.
Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I'm just trying to figure out, I have in here that the bill as amended appropriated 500,000, but I see that the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada had indicated that it would incur basically 650,000 over the biennium. Ms. Falcon, can you kind of explain where we're at on that?
So the initial projection that we had was for $650,000, but then we were able to reduce the scope and bring that amount down to $500,000.
Thank you.
And with the reprint, that 500,000 was included in section 11 of the bill, the adjusted amount. Okay. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. I thank you so much for being here. And I know that you have 2 more bills on the agenda, but you also have a committee that you have to chair. So if you have to leave, as long as you have someone to present your bills, that will be okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Marilyn Dondero, for the record, I was going to thank you profusely for your time this morning and ask you to be excused. Christina Hall behind me is going to present the other 2 bills. And with your permission, I will be excused to go start my meeting, and my vice chair can follow me at some point. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your hard work.
And for your phone a friend that's going to help with your last 2 bills, I will take her vice chair before I do you so she can get to the meeting as well. Okay? Thank you. All right, we will go to testimony in support of Senate Bill 147. Good morning and welcome to Ways.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Taylor Avery, and I'm the Manager of Political Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of the fiscal policy of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Romarino and members of the committee. Carrie Kramer here on behalf of NAOP, and we too are in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yoanna Tiros with Kara Nevada on behalf of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. We want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward and are here in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 147?
Testify in support of Senate Bill 147. Please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We will move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 147, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go once again to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 147.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 147, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We will move to neutral. If there's anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 147, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go one last time to the phone line to see if we have anyone here on the phone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 147.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 147, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. And knowing that the sponsor had to leave, there will not be any closing comments, and we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 147. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 280, which makes an appropriation to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas School of Dental Medicine for cleft and craniofacial health care. And welcome, Senator Nguyen, to the table. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Let me know when you're ready for me to begin. And I think down south we may have Dr. James Mao, the Dean of the Dental School, but I don't see him coming up to the table. I don't see anyone there, so I will just go ahead and get started. My name is Rochelle Nguyen. I proudly represent Senate District 3. What before you today is an appropriation to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Dental School. It is a combination of the dental school and the medical school. The proposal is to reestablish the Nevada Accredited Cleft and Craniofacial Team. This used to be the sole provider of such services in Nevada. It coordinated services for these families. Hopefully we won't have a ton of testimony, but we did have a lot of testimony in the Senate, and I did ask some of those supporters to make sure that they continue to submit written documentation of their support to this. So you saw a list from several, I think we're almost up to 100 different dentists and doctors in the community and in our state that recognize the challenges that we have. So like I said, we are the sole provider of those services. We did have a Nevada accredited cleft and craniofacial team. Unfortunately, in 2020, with COVID and the pandemic, we eliminated those funds, and I believe inadvertently we never added those back. We are now the only state where there are 2 states that have no accredited team, which leaves patients without adequate support and resources. Those 2 states are now Nevada and Alaska. What this appropriation would do would allow us to reestablish that team. We have amazing doctors, amazing professionals, not only in our state, especially in Southern Nevada, but also throughout the state that want to have come together really to figure out how they can coordinate their advocacy, their resources, their educational background, their experience with helping mostly children in this area get the resources that they need. What we've learned and what the attachments and the information that's been provided by the medical teams that specialize in this area is that particularly for young children, with those with complex interests and issues, if they have a dedicated team where they're not traveling all around the state, or in this case, out of state, to get these resources, it actually saves us money. It saves us money on speech therapy. It saves us money on developmental learning issues that they might have if they are not able to get it. What could be 5 surgeries if it starts at infancy, which is already a lot for young children, could get them on the right path where they have less developmental issues as they age. And we know that if they wait too long, it could turn into 20 or 30 surgeries. So that is why this is important. It was originally an appropriation for $2.9 million. We were able to bring that down to the proposal that's before you today, which is about $1.314 million. It does limit the access and the number of cases that this team will be able to do, but it will maintain the integrity that we will be able to reestablish that accreditation. And hopefully when we come back in 2 years, if this was to be approved, we will be able to show you what we've been able to do with those resources, and be able to expand that program moving forward. And I'm ready to stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for bringing the bill and for the presentation this morning. Members, do you have any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory. It is a appropriation that is not included in the second budget, and it does not have any fiscal notes associated with it other than the general fund appropriation. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. We'll call to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 280. Good morning and welcome to Ways.
Chair Armando Moreno, members of the Committee on Ways, for the record, Leonardo Benavides here on behalf of UNLV, here in support of SB 280. We want to thank Senator Nguyen for supporting our school dental medicine and are glad to be here today.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yohanan Tiberos with Curran, Nevada, on behalf of Roseman University of Health Sciences. We would like to thank Senator Nguyen for bringing this bill forward, and we are here in full support.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone lines. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 280?
If you would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 280, please press star 9 now to join the queue.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Fan Nguyen. I was supposed to present the presentation today, but I had some car problem. SB 280 is refreshingly straightforward. This bill provides $1.341 million to reestablish a dedicated cleft and craniofacial medical team at UNLV School of Dental Medicine in partnership with UNLV School of Medicine and Roseman University. The funding will provide will support clinics that will deliver essential care, including access to surgery, orthodontics, speech therapy, and many ongoing medical services for children dealing with cleft and craniofacial conditions. Elementary school is easy for any kids, let alone one navigating life with a cleft lip or palate. The challenge go far beyond appearance. They affect speech, health, and confidence. Without one central clinic that provides comprehensive care, it is very difficult for families to navigate their child's many appointments and ongoing needs. SB 280 changes that. It dramatically improves to access and consolidate care to one central location, thereby transforming the lives of countless children in Nevada. We have a real opportunity to make life-altering changes for these kids and their future. The medical and dental community humbly ask for your support in passing SB 280. We want to thank everyone involved in this effort and want to especially thank Senator Rochelle Nguyen, Assembly Member Ruben De Silva, Selena Torres, Zui Nguyen, and Rebecca Edgeworth for being strong advocates for patient care. Thanks very much.
Thank you for joining us, and please be careful on your drive. Broadcast, do we have any other callers?
If you've recently joined or would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 280, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. If we have anyone here in the rooms in Carson City or Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 280, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go once again to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 280.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 280, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 280, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone approach the tables here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go one last time to the phone line to see if there's anyone who's joined us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 280.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 280, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor if there's any closing comments. She's shaking her head no. So with that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 280. Thank you for joining us. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 133, which makes an appropriation to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement to support civics education programs. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christine Hull for the record. I am going to read Senator Dondero Loop's remarks, and then I'll transition to mine. Okay, so this is Senator Dondero Loops. Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. My name is not Marilyn Dondero Loop, but she does represent Senate District 8 in Clark County and has been a great supporter of the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement and has introduced Senate Bill 133. This bill supports civics education programs such as National History Day, Project Citizen, Civics in Action Summits, Kidsvention, and We the People, the Citizen and the Constitution program in Nevada's elementary, junior high, middle, and high schools. All programs are offered statewide. The Nevada Center for Civic Engagement opens the door to democracy by supporting teachers, empowering students, and engaging the community to create a more educated Nevada. Most notably, the center provides funding for the We the People, the Citizen and the Constitution program, which promotes civic competence and responsibility among Nevada students. We the People complements the standard curriculum by providing an innovative course of instruction on the history and principles of the United States constitutional democracy. These programs provide pathways for students to become more civically engaged, politically attentive, tolerant, and more likely to be involved in their communities. This past year, Voices in Voting, a nonprofit organization in our state for the past 30 years, joined under the umbrella of the center. You will see in this bill that a couple of their programs, mainly Kidsvention and Civics in Action Summits, have been added to the responsibilities of the center. This bill makes an appropriation of $500,000, reduced in Senate Finance from $800,000, to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement for the purpose of supporting civic education programs across the state for students and adults. Upon acceptance of these funds, the center agrees to prepare an annual report describing each expenditure, which will be delivered to the Interim Finance Committee. Upon request from the Legislative Commission, the center will make available any accounts, books, claims, reports, vouchers, and other records to the legislative auditor. Okay. Now I'm turning to me. Again, for the record, my name is Christine Hull, and I am the Executive Director of the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. Good morning, Chair and committee members. I am honored to speak today to support Senate Bill 133, an appropriation for the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. I am a proud Nevadan, a proud educator, parent, and passionate advocate for civic education, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Nevada Center. I would like to thank Senator Dondero Loop for her unwavering commitment to providing high-quality education for all Nevada students. It is inspiring to be here at the Nevada Legislature witnessing democracy in action, just as we strive to teach students every day. Our founders viewed education as the foundation of democracy, yet today, the civic mission of schools is often overlooked. Low NAEP scores and declining youth voter participation highlight a growing civic knowledge gap. That's why NVCCE's work matters. Through inquiry-based learning, we promote critical thinking, active listening, and informed action, preparing students to be engaged citizens. Our programs have a profound impact. I've seen it firsthand, not just in my own classrooms that I've taught in, but in my own home. My husband, a former participant in the We the People program, now serves as a coach and judge. Inspired by her experience in We the People, our daughter, who's graduating next week, plans to major in public health and political science to focus on health policy. This is the power of civic education. It creates a ripple effect, strengthening communities and shaping future leaders. Since the Bicentennial Commission in 1987, programs like We the People and National History Day have engaged over 30 million students nationwide. Nevada alumni continue to serve their communities in meaningful ways, And as a nonprofit since 2017, the Nevada Center has grown thanks to the dedication of educators, mentors, and supporters who share our mission. Civic education extends beyond schools. It thrives in families, communities, and public discourse. We could not do this work without the support of our entire state, who make this program possible. And this appropriation will allow us to expand our work across even more districts in Nevada, ensuring that every student can have high-quality civic learning. Thank you for your consideration of SB 133.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Members, another appropriation that's not included in the executive budget. There is not any fiscal notes with it from other agencies. It's strictly an appropriation of the $250,000 in each year of the biennium. Does anyone have any questions? Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for stepping in to present for Senator Dondero Loop. I'm familiar with the program. My question for you is, with respect, because I know back in the day, the Nevada Bar used to pay for We the People, and then Nevada's Center for Civic Engagement as a nonprofit started leaning in on the state. Does the nonprofit seek resources from other organizations to supplement funding from the state? And then my question would be, if the state, because who knows where we're headed, we started the session off in a structural deficit, was unable to cover this, what other resources could be used to cover the civics engagement?
Thank you for the question. Christine Hull for the record. In the last biennium, we were able to take the appropriation that we received and create that as a foundation for our ability to find matching grants. And so we actually more than doubled the appropriation that we were afforded by the legislature through other grants and donations, including from private organizations, company grants, and federal grants. Unfortunately, all of those federal grants have been canceled, similar to many organizations. So we are currently working on a plan to increase our funding. We absolutely do not believe that we should rely entirely on the appropriation. We know that we need to fund it elsewhere as well. So we are working on that. We do have several grants in process that will help supplement.
Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing forward this language. As you know, I've been involved in some of the things too. Is there a plan to be involved in this semi-quincentennial next year? Or would that, hey, I had to practice that, I'll have you know. Or is that something that more is still in the planning stages for this organization? And does that have any impact on the money that's also being asked for?
Yes, our organization Christine Hull for the record. Yes, our organization has been part of the planning for the Nevada's Celebration of America 250. I still have to practice that. I got sesquicentennial down back in the day, but I got to get the semiquintennial down. But yes, we've been very active in planning, helping to plan the 250, and very, very hopeful for some great things with that. And it's still a little early in the stages, but yes, we are very active in that.
You're so welcome. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. I thank you so much for making the presentation, and we'll invite to the table anyone who would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 133. Go ahead and fill all the seats in Carson City and Las Vegas. And we'll start here in Carson City. Good morning.
Hello, Madam Chair, Nathaniel Wall, Clark County School District. We just want to express our support, especially as we look to celebrate 250 years of American democracy. I've had the opportunity to judge We the People, and it's an amazing program. Excited to see the legislature support this and other civics programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Teresa Benitez Thompson for the record, not here on behalf of the Attorney General, here as a proud mom who saw a bragging opportunity, mom to Lillian Thompson, part of the Reno High School We the People team, who showed up and took 5th at Nationals, and whose Unit 4 team within the top 10 had the highest score. And it's so impressive to see what these students go through, the conversations and the education they do around the Constitution in high school, and these conversations they're having. It's just amazing. But more than anything, there's a mix of public schools and also private schools who are in this competition, and Nevada showed up and handed it to them. So, go Nevada.
We love it when a proud mama comes. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's going to be hard to follow up on. Good morning again, Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Taylor Avery. I'm the Manager of Political Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. The Vegas Chamber is in support of this appropriation and the mission of the center. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew McKay, Executive Director of the Franchise Auto Dealers Association. I'm actually testifying in support of the bill in that capacity, as well as I've been involved in the We the People program for 32 years, thereabout. I'm old. As well as the Center for Civic Engagement. Since this is the Money Committee, I can go on and on and on. I think Ms. Thompson nailed it. You can't top that. But since this is the Money Committee, I think it's important to highlight two things. As the former treasurer of NCCCE, this body needs to know that the appropriation, should the legislature grant it, please do, will be in good hands. The management of the organization is top-notch and steadfast, so you can be assured that that's going to occur. And quite honestly, I don't believe this is hyperbolic at all. Without this allocation, the We the People program in the state of Nevada will be in trouble. And Nevada punches above its weight and is consistently one of the best performing states at the national convention, and cannot encourage this committee enough to support the allocation in the bill. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przynski, here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and this program, especially We the People, has been very important in our schools, so we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. I'm getting deja vu because I feel like I come up here and say it's a great program every 2 years and we should keep appropriating funds for it. So I will say ditto and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Boards as well as the Reno-Sparks Chamber of Commerce. I will just do it again, Madam Chair. Ditto.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, and having no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 133.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 133, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Richard Clark. I am the teacher at Reno High School. I'd like to thank Teresa Benitez Thompson for all her support. I'm a direct recipient of the funding that this program provides, and so are my 26 students on top of the 300 plus students I have taught through this program. I think it's a really important part of education in the state of Nevada, given our current state of politics and the rhetoric. The more civic engagement we can provide, the more support we have in the state of Nevada, the better our students will be and our future will be. Thank you. I'm in support of this bill.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to Carson City and see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 133. I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone come to approach either table for testimony in opposition, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone who's joined us to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 133.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 133, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone here in Carson City or in Las Vegas that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 133, I invite you to the table. Good morning.
For the record, I'm Brenda Scolari, the Director of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. I'm just here this morning to give you some insight into the importance of the center's work to the state's America 250 efforts. because my department is particularly strong in the marketing area, we will be assisting the center in their outreach to educators and students to help garner participation. I think we can all agree that the study of civics and the role of governance is always vital, but never more so than during this important anniversary of our democracy. We'll also be, depending on the success of our fundraising efforts, be establishing a scholarship program so that the students who do achieve the civic seal will be further rewarded for those important efforts. I can say I'm also a We the People mom, and my kids have so benefited as citizens and voters because of that experience. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you for creating that program. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, and no one at the table in Las Vegas to provide neutral testimony. We'll go to our phone lines for one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 133.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 133, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the bill presenter any closing comments, and she's shaking her head no. So we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 133, and we will open the hearing for Senator Dondera Loop's last bill of the day, which is Senate Bill 229, which revises provisions relating to education. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Okay. I will read Senator Dondera Loop's remarks into the record first, and then I'll add a few remarks of my own. For the record, these are the remarks of Senator Dondera Loop. Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. I am not Senator Dondera Loop, but she represents Senate District 8 in Clark County and is presenting Senate Bill 229, which makes changes to existing law concerning financial literacy instruction and the State Seal of Financial Literacy program. As many of you recall, this body has a long history of strong bipartisan commitment to making financial literacy in the classroom a reality for students across Nevada. From college debt, car and mortgage loan repayments, to considerations about pensions and investments, many Nevadans are faced with complex financial decisions that sometimes last decades. Oftentimes, recent graduates encounter these decisions with little, if any, experience with the complexities of financial impacts. Many also have limited credit history. The Nevada Legislature recognized the need to bolster the financial proficiency of our youth, ensuring they make sound decisions for themselves. Given the work that we have done in this area, SB 229 now provides the following. 1, to earn a financial literacy seal on a student's diploma, he or she must have achieved at least a 3.0 GPA, earned at least 3 credits in coursework relating to financial literacy, earned at least 85% on a financial literacy assessment, completed a project, and it also expands the curriculum from kindergarten through 2nd grade. This bill does have a fiscal note from the Nevada Department of Education, and I believe they're here to go through that. Okay, so sorry, the numbers on here are different than I think their fiscal note are. Okay, so now I'll read my part. For the record, my name is Christine Hull. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about Nevada's financial literacy seal and the importance of promoting financial literacy for all students. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Senator Dondera Loop for sponsoring this bill and for her ongoing commitment to education in Nevada. Nevada's graduation seals are more than just a recognition at the end of high school. They are meaningful opportunities for students to deepen their understanding and engagement in essential subject areas. Following the Great Recession, the Nevada Legislature recognized the urgent need to prepare students for financial independence. From 2009 to 2023, there have been consecutive bills regarding financial literacy in our schools to better support the Nevada Department of Education in providing resources and guidance in financial literacy statewide. Over time, we've seen that preparing fiscally responsible adults takes more than classroom instruction. It takes real-world application. The proposed updates to the financial literacy seal would expand student participation, allow for greater cross-curricular integration, helping students apply financial knowledge in authentic and meaningful ways. As an educator, I have been involved with the financial literacy seal since its creation, as I previously served as the program's professional for social studies and financial literacy at the Nevada Department of Education. And I've seen firsthand how strong financial education can transform students' futures and strengthen our communities. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of Nevada's students.
Thank you so much. I have a few questions, and some other members may as well. If we can get Indy to come to the table first to speak on the fiscal note that you have associated with this piece of legislation.
Good morning, Amelia Thibault for the record. So our fiscal note, we are able to reduce today, but not get rid of completely. So the first line item expense of $18,700 was for overtime. We typically do these on the weekends for approximately 80 hours for 2 positions. However, we will be absorbing that into comp time. The $30,000 line item is for stipends. That does need to remain in order to reopen the content standards. We do work with subject matter experts and teachers from across the state who come and do about 80 hours worth of work, and this provides stipends for them in terms of travel, time worked, etc. The expense of $40,000, $470 in fiscal year 25-26 and $68,969 was for temporary contract staff. We are removing that note. The Office of Teaching and Learning received a education program supervisor in the budget close, and so we will be absorbing the work there. And the allocation of a budget analyst separately may also support with our transactions, which leaves the $6,403, which is in travel. These are often done on the weekends, and we need our subject matter experts to be able to participate, so that sometimes means having someone fly down each week for one of the locations so that they can work with our subject matter experts. So that leaves the remaining fiscal note for NDE at $36,403 in fiscal year 25-26 only.
And only in FY26, nothing in FY27.
Amelia Thibault for the record. That's correct. We'll convene the standards committee. They'll do the work, and nothing in fiscal year 27.
Members, any questions? Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a little bit more policy, so I'm sorry about that. This has to do with the objective test that is mentioned. That's new. I know that we had mentioned we had just talked just a little bit beforehand. Is this test required no matter what? Is it paid for by the student, or is this one that the school districts would need to absorb?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Anderson. Christine Hull for the record. The exam is typically given in the economics class in the senior year, and it is through Canvas. The Nevada Department of Education has a Canvas course where the assessment is housed, and so teachers are able to access it through Canvas, so there's no fee. It is also not a graduation requirement to take the exam, but anyone who would like to achieve the financial literacy seal will take it. Most economics teachers that I know give it anyway because they're already working on it, so why not? And it's a great assessment tool for their classroom as well.
If I may have a follow-up. Thank you. So just to make sure, it is not mandatory for the financial credit, which is what is happening currently with civics. You must take that civics test, and there is no plans to make it mandatory, just making sure.
As far as I know, that is not the plan to make it mandatory. It is an optional test if you want to achieve the financial literacy seal.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for presenting. And we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 229.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Brian Reeder speaking on behalf of Nevada's credit unions. We just want to urge your support and thank the bill sponsor for the bill, and her leadership in ensuring financial literacy is a priority in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, again, I'm Taylor Avery. I'm the Manager of Political Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of this bill. Financial literacy for our students makes for a stronger future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one approach the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 229.
If you would like to provide testimony in support of SB 229, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 229, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to our phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 229.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 229, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, it appears we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 229, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to our phone line one last time to see if we have anyone joining us that would like to provide testimony in neutral on Senate Bill 229.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 229, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenter if you have any closing comments. And she's shaking her head no, so we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 229. And moving on, we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 233, and we'll invite Senator Donate to the table. Good morning, and thank you for your patience.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. For the record, I am Fabian Donate, proudly representing Senate District 10. Today I'm here to present Senate Bill 233, which is a bill that revises provisions relating to agriculture. As we all know, the Home Feeds Nevada Agriculture Food Purchase Program was established with the passage of Senate Bill 370 during the 81st Nevada Legislative Session to help Nevada become more food secure and create economic opportunity for Nevada's agricultural producers. Through this program, the Nevada Department of Agriculture purchases nutritious foods that are grown, produced, or processed in Nevada and distributes them throughout designated food banks. However, earlier this year, the Trump administration eliminated federal funding for the food purchasing programs, meaning that we will no longer be able to sustain the program without a legislative allocation. SB 233 allocates $800,000 to keep the Home Feeds Nevada Agriculture Food Purchase Program running and ensuring that our farmers continue to be supported throughout this economic downturn. Without this funding, the program would shut down entirely, cutting off a vital market that many Nevada farmers rely on to sell their fresh, locally grown food. The bill also tasks the Council on Food Security with identifying the long-term funding solutions and authorizes one BDR to be brought forward specifically to help ensure the financial stability of this program. Lastly, Nevada currently imports most of its food, leaving us vulnerable to price hikes and supply chain breakdowns. At the same time, local farmers have the supply but not the stable buyers. This bill bridges the gap and it keeps food dollars in state by strengthening our local agriculture and building a more resilient food secure Nevada through research and a voice in the legislature. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Nice short presentation. Members, this appropriation was not included in the executive budget. There's no other fiscal impacts, so you won't see a lot of fiscal notes or anything associated with it. On the original bill, there was a fiscal note from the Department of Agriculture. That still exists. It's removed after the first reprint.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Nyata, for the record, that is correct. It has been removed because of the sections that they were applying it to were deleted as part of the amendment under the free print.
Perfect. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. We'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 233. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Allison Herzick, Director of Nevada Government Relations for Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican, but here in my capacity as the Chair of the Governor's Council on Food Security, and we are in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber's in support from the fiscal perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Austin Daly on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. For the record, we're in support of Senate Bill 233 as it helps to, or SB 233, as a small business development center helps to support entrepreneurs and small farmers, and our Wolfpack Meats program also helps work with local food banks to provide meat and protein. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 233.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 233, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 233, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go again to our phone line to see if we have anyone who's joined us that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 233.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 233, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. And we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 233, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we will go to our phone line one last time to see if we've had anyone join us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 233.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 233, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We will ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing comments, and he's shaking his head no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 233. And we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 378 and invite the senator back to the table. Good morning again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, good morning to the members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. For the record, once again, Fabian Danyate representing Senate District 10. Today I'm here to present Senate Bill 378, which makes revisions relating to healthcare. SB 378 was written as a bill to help restore trust in our healthcare system. This bill ensures that patients can receive their electronic medical records within 7 business days at no cost. It also regulates independent emergency centers that to prevent surprise billing and bans non-compete clauses for clinicians whose primary duties involve patient care. The bill also creates new transparency, reporting, and licensing requirements for centers for emergency care, which I can go into detail if necessary. And lastly, the bill includes targeted investments with long-term savings. First, the bill includes a section that would allow Nevada Medicaid with the ability to prospectively investigate claims of Medicaid fraud. Further, the bill also includes provisions that would ensure that our state is not overbilled for non-emergency visits to independent centers for emergency care. To talk about the fiscal note really quickly, you will see that there were 2 that were submitted after the reprint. There's one from DPBH, and then there's one from Nevada Medicaid. The bill provisions for the BPBH fiscal note specifically mention the programming that will, because the bill requires a separate licensing of independent centers of emergency care, there are provisions that are going to be coming from that, and so that is the fiscal note that you see from DPBH. The fiscal note that you see from Nevada Medicaid obviously includes the provisions of for them to hire the staff necessary for being able to prospectively look into Medicaid fraud, but you will see that there are cost savings from the provisions of the sections of the bill that deal with the independent centers of emergency care. The bill, as I mentioned, includes targeted investments with long-term savings, as you will notice in the fiscal notes from the second reprint. And the funds that are allocated to launch new oversight measures for freestanding emergency departments and Medicaid billing practices are referenced in those fiscal notes. Under the provisions of the bill, a claims review unit will be established with dedicated staff for investigating potential Medicaid fraud, and these oversight efforts are expected to produce long-term savings by reducing fraud and curbing overbilling from our patients. Additional resources will be allocated in this bill to support the licensing and inspection for independent emergency centers, and together these reforms strengthen consumer protections, reduce costs, and modernize the way that we deliver and regulate care. And Madam Chair, the only comment that I have besides that, if you're looking specifically in terms of what was allocated from the Senate Committee on Finance, if you look at the page 39 of the bill, looking at section 36.2, it mentions, of course, that there is an appropriate amount of $291,296 to carry out the provisions from section 26.5, 27, and 28, and an expenditure of $1.149 million not appropriated from the state general fund or the state highway fund is hereby authorized during the fiscal years of 26-27 to the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. So if there are any questions regarding the fiscal notes, Medicaid is here to answer any questions, but I'm happy to answer anything at this time.
Thank you so much. Well, this bill has not had a policy hearing here in the Assembly, so as I said at the start of the meeting, some of the bills on our agenda were here for both the policy and the fiscal hearing, so that's what we'll be having today. So members, you're more than free and welcome to ask questions about the bill itself, and if you need more detail to walk through the bill, we can do that as well, because this is its policy and fiscal hearing. So with that, members, any questions? I'm seeing heads shake. Okay, so we'll start on the front row. Assembly Member Torres Fawcett, and we'll work our way down.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this piece of legislation, Senator. I had a question in regard to the freestanding emergency clinics. If you could talk about, I know you kind of gave a brief overview and more address the fiscal notes, but I've had a lot of concerns come to me in regards, and just a lot of conversation in regards to whether or not we should continue to allow for freestanding EDs, or whether or not there should be more prohibition. So can you talk to us more about that section specifically?
Sure. Thank you so much, and Fabian Doñate for the record. Let me start off, Madam Chair, I just want to go over the policy background so that way committee members understand why we have arrived to this moment. So back in 2023, some of you may know that a hospital was closed in Las Vegas, Desert Springs Hospital, down the street from where I live. Many of us know that the east side of Las Vegas already has a lack of resources. And what we learned from that moment is the hospital closed down and they converted to a freestanding emergency room. What we've learned over the that occurred in 2023. We passed a bill that essentially provided more resources for when patients arrive to these centers. What are the rights that they're entitled to understand that the care that they are receiving is not to the same extent that they would receive at an emergency room affiliated at a hospital. And so from that moment, over the last several years, what we've noticed is that has been a proliferation of freestanding emergency rooms throughout the Las Vegas area, and now they're starting to pop up, of course, up here in northern Nevada. And the question then becomes, why are they standing up to the extent that they're standing up, and why are they standing up across from their competitors? We have seen in Las Vegas the proliferation of a few of them directly across the street from a different hospital entity. The model that we've seen in other states is that these freestanding ERs are portraying to themselves to be similar to an emergency room. But ultimately, what patients are noticing is they're coming in for non-emergency issues, right? Because they think that it's not to the same extent as a hospital. They're being billed as if it was something that was in a hospital. And sometimes what they're noticing is that many of these cases, you actually can't get the full delivery of care. You have to go to a hospital emergency room to actually receive the care you need. And it often requires a level of transport. And so there's a question in terms of why are they popping up across the street from their competitors under the premise of access to care? And are patients being billed adequately for the services that they're receiving? And so the bill calls to more transparency because it requires a separate licensing so that we can actually monitor and track the people that are coming to these sites. And furthermore, there are provisions of the bill that say if you are coming for a non-emergency case, then you should be billed as a non-emergency case. You shouldn't be billed to a service that does not rise to the same level as the services that you were to receive at a hospital ER. So those are the main provisions of the policy background of the bill. I believe that, there is no excuse for standing something up across the street from a competitor. In reality, it's to ship patients back to the mothership, as so to say, and it does not improve access to care. There's a reason why Texas and Colorado have stopped the proliferation, and it's because of the same reason. It's a model incentivized to misrepresent to consumers what they're receiving when in reality they're not.
Thank you. And I guess to continue off that, I mean, I think that the issue throughout the valley is, I think, much greater, right? The issue is that we don't have enough urgent cares. And so what I don't see in this legislation is like a commitment to like building more urgent cares. And that's on all of the providers. I mean, I think there's only one 24-hour urgent care in Southern Nevada. And, it's on the industry to fill that gap. And so if you need an emergency service in the middle of the night, even if it is, getting an extreme cold or whatever it is, you are forced to choose between, am I going to go to the one urgent care we have in the valley? And if you don't have transportation and you're in East Las Vegas, the reality is you have no option. You have telehealth or you have nothing. And that's my concern, right? Is how do we make sure that there's still that option for a family to make the decision? I was in Northern Nevada and my husband had like an allergy outbreak and we had to go to the ER. If there had been a 24-hour urgent care, we would have gone there, but there wasn't. And so we had an option. You have to go to the ER. And that's not an ideal choice. But the reality is my concern is there are no choices in East Las Vegas and throughout many parts of the state of Nevada. So how does this bill address that concern that we need more 24-hour facilities? And I agree that we need more 24-hour facilities that are not just emergency rooms, but what are we doing here that allow for that to occur? But I'm concerned if we just ban, these freestanding ERs, we're not addressing the real issue, which is we need urgent cares.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Iñarte for the record. I completely agree that the key to doing this is to build a network where primary care and urgent care is represented so that the community has access to it. However, if that was the case, then the hospitals would be building those. And some of them are. Some of them are building them as part of the network. But again, I digress back to the same point, which is they're building them across the street from their competitors in areas that are not in the place of need. And so you have to take a step back and ask yourself, why are they doing that? And it's because the profit motive is there. They're misrepresenting themselves as if they are the same level of care for a regular emergency room in a hospital when that's not the case. I will point out to members that Clark County Fire, and they're here to answer any questions as well. But when you call the ambulance and they show up, when Clark County Fire shows up, they do not transport you to a freestanding ER. They transfer you directly to a hospital-affiliated ER. And that's for a reason, because they know that the level of care is not the same. And so if that is the case, then the questions as to how we bill patients. And unfortunately, the bill, of course, as you mentioned, does not touch urgent care, but at least it levels the playing field that if patients are coming in for these centers, they should be billed appropriately. And ultimately, that's a cost savings to the state.
Thank you. Assemblymember Anderson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing forward the language so we can discuss it, because I would agree with both people. We don't have enough urgent cares around the state. But I do have a few questions directly related to the bill itself. Can you kind of go into a little bit more of Section 9 of page 13? Because it looks like this is trying to get the department to really figure out what the independent service centers are actually providing for. So if you could go into that a little bit more, and then I might have a follow-up question.
Sure. Thank you so much, Fabian Iñarte, for the record, Madam Chair. So Section 9 of the bill, when we were drafting it, right, so the difficulty that we experienced in 2023 was that these off-campus emergency rooms, right, they were hiding under the premise of the main hospital entity. And so it was difficult to track what the data is of who was coming into these facilities. Since that moment, we are still having trouble in terms of identifying what exactly are the data points of folks that are coming through these facilities so that we can actually track what they're coming for. And so through this section of the bill, right, as we separate the licensing, there's already a pre-existing license for an independent emergency center for emergency care. This ensures that the off-campus sites are also licensed to that. The section that you're referencing to is a program to actually monitor the data of who's coming in. So I'll give you an example of an issue that exists. So if we wanted to track readmissions, readmission essentially just means that if you go to the hospital, you become inpatient and you leave and you come back, we track those, right? Because we want to see what are the issues that came up and did we actually serve the patient? Readmission does not count if you are going to a freestanding ER, leave, and come back to the freestanding ER. It only counts if you go from the emergency room to inpatient. This section allows us to start capturing that, right? It allows us to start monitoring why folks are coming to these centers, and mostly it's because of the false advertisement. They're showing themselves as emergency rooms when they're clearly not. And so that's what this section of the bill is referencing to. We copied essentially what's already in statute for other licenses to the same quality standards in this license.
Thank you. So it's in other areas. So I just, because the first thing I thought of, I will be very candid, was like, are they going to have to sit down and actually write down very specific type of surgeries and everything else? That is not the plan. Okay, great. And so my next question has to do with, again, I think it's going to be similar. It's on page 16. It's the new language being discussed between lines 7 through 19, that it feels like it's the same thing of, it's the potentially preventable readmissions that is really what the crux of the bill is, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Madam Chair, Fabian Danyate, for the record, you are absolutely correct, Assemblywoman.
Just wanted to make sure about that. And the last one has to do with page 19, because this is not my world, so I can only look at the language that's presented to us. It has to do with the new language under section 16.4. If it's an independent center and they are attached to another hospital, are they currently required to do a fee? Or is this something that they're like, hey, I'm going to use my World of Renown in the northern area. They just recently opened up an ER, urgent, or I don't think it was urgent care, I can't remember what the title of it is, in Spanish Springs, which is nowhere near the main hospital. Would that have to be a fee as well, or could you go into that a little bit deeper?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Fabian Danyate, for the record. So this is a good point to bring up. So because we are revising the definition of we already have, the legislature created the definition of an independent center for emergency care several years ago. There's only one that's currently licensed. It's in Minden. It's affiliated with Carson Tahoe. Because we are expanding the definition of what's included for these off-campus sites, we wanted to ensure that there was a smooth transition. And so some of them are licensed, but because we're going to move them over to a separate license, that's why we included the no fee discussion, and we gave them enough ample time to transition so that we can actually monitor who these off-campus sites are.
You could clarify what that ample time would be. Is it by a certain, and then also, I noticed that 250 yards is mentioned, which it's been a while since I've had to do my yards to miles conversion. So what is that, like half a mile?
Madam Chair, Fabian Danyate, for the record. So the the provisions that you're referencing are towards the last few pages of the bill. I believe from the top of my recollection, it's January 1st, 2026 that we set up as a date that they would have to transition to the new license. And the 250 yards is a size of a football field, comparable to it. So we want to, of course, if your building is not attached to you, right? If your emergency room is not attached to you or it's across the street, that's still part of your campus. But if it's more than a football field, right, that's what we wanted to differentiate between a legitimate off-campus freestanding ER versus something that's right next door.
Thank you for clarifying that that's not half a mile, that's a tenth of a mile. So, okay. Wow. All right. And do we know how many at this time there are actually that are within that football field distance from each other?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for Fabian Danyate, for the record. I do have that data point, but I would have to come back to you after the hearing. I actually have a map of all of them, so you can see how close in proximity they are from their competitors and so forth.
You're welcome. Assembly Member Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator. It's good to see you here. Thank you for the bill and the policy presentation in this House. I appreciate that. Following up on my colleagues' comments, I really am curious about the data. There's been some anecdotal statements, but I haven't seen the data relative to the map. You assert that there are freestanding emergency rooms popping up across the street from other urgent care centers, and I'm just curious to know, where is the data? Are we tracking that on a state level, right? How are we helping to ensure the efficacy of our healthcare system while still not these are businesses that are just operating. So I'm curious to know, how are we monitoring that and licensing that? Is there oversight through the state's Division of Health and Human Services? How are we monitoring how we're licensing? Do you have any information?
Thank you so much, Fabian Iñarte, for the record. So I think there's like 3 portions of that question. I'm going to try to tackle my best to it. So the reference in terms of the map, again, I can provide that to you afterwards so you can see where they're actually situated and so forth. We have collected from some of the payers in the state what the top 10 primary diagnosis, and I can actually tell you what the data that we received has transpired. So the top 10 primary diagnosis, number 1 is an acute upper respiratory infection. Number 2, a urinary tract infection. Number 3, nausea with vomiting. Number 4, non-infective gastroenteritis. Number 5, headaches. Number 6, chest pain. Number 7 is the same. Number 8, unspecified abdominal pain. Number 9, viral infection. And number 10, dizziness. Again, these are, depending on the symptoms of the patient, these are cases that generally could be taken care of at an urgent care. There are non-emergency cases. And so that's why we have advocated that they should be billed at non-emergency rates. Now,
If you don't mind, Senator, I'm going to interrupt you. I appreciate that. I did not ask you for the diagnosis, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. But I will follow up by saying I did have severe gastrointestinal pain, and it was believed to be a heart attack. I was at urgent care and was transported to emergency department. So, I think that while the end diagnosis might be one thing, I think that the care in diagnostic testing is another, right? So to your point, I want to follow up then on emergency transport. You brought up in your testimony that fire can't transport you to a freestanding emergency, but they have to transport to a hospital. That I understand is true, but when I went to a freestanding emergency room, I was transported by them to their hospital for extra. That didn't cost me extra money. So there is it's my understanding, there's a system that helps this freestanding emergency department in my neighborhood serve the people 24 hours, where I didn't have access to a 24-hour urgent care. So I'm just curious to know, what's the difference there?
Madam Chair, Fabian Iñarte, for the record. So just so that I understand your question is in terms of what is the difference in terms of going to an urgent care versus being transferred to an emergency room that's affiliated with the hospital versus freestanding ER to a hospital? Is that, I just want to understand that.
Yes, Senator, you're asserting that my freestanding emergency room is not an emergency room, when that was not my experience. I'm curious to know, why is that the case?
Thank you. Fabian Iñarte, for the record, that I would actually like to bring up, if that's the case, I'm assuming what you're asking, perhaps someone from Clark County Fire, some of the firefighters can come and speak to it. But from my understanding, the difference between what can be taken care of and not taken care of in an emergency room is, so the main criteria that they use, thank you, the main criteria that they use of what cannot be treated at a freestanding ER versus an actual affiliated hospital ER is patients that are violent or uncooperative, obstetric patients within 20 weeks of gestation, any patient in need of time-critical intervention that can be provided only at a hospital-based emergency department, and any condition covered by another destination directive such as trauma, stroke, burns, pediatric destination protocols, sexual assault victims, cardiac arrest, and then anything that's outside of the standard norm of vital statistics.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the perspective of fire. I'm more curious about licensing and what's required from the hospital perspective, right? If a freestanding emergency room is licensed as a freestanding emergency room, I'm curious to know what those implications are as compared to urgent care. I think that's really my question. If they're licensed as a freestanding emergency room and they're connected to a hospital, how is that not a freestanding emergency room as compared to a quick care, which has a different level of care? Understanding that fire has additional and different regulations for how they transport. I get that. I'm curious to know if we have anybody with regard to state licensing that's available in the room that can really talk to what is a freestanding emergency room so that we can understand that as a committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Uniacci for the record. I believe so. It sounds like your question is more in terms of the difference in licensing, if my understanding. So that's of course a question that's coming before, which is why we're looking at the definition of what constitutes an independent center for emergency care. Because what's happening is that these hospitals that have an off-campus site assume that it's part of their regular center licensing, but by expanding the definition, now we're actually able to be differentiated.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on this and accessibility and healthcare right throughout our community. I think that's a really important, and you're a great champion in that way. I want you to know that I appreciate your efforts relative to that. I have questions about data, right? And I'm curious to know really where are freestanding emergency rooms? Where is urgent care? How are we having access as a community to healthcare across our system? I think that there are many of us in our community that don't have close health care open 24 hours. That inevitably seems to be when things happen, right at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you don't know where else to go. And so I'm just curious to know if we can potentially work within the division to track that data further. Thank you, Senator.
Members, any other questions? Remind you that this is the policy hearing on this. The gentleman at the table in Las Vegas, come back. I'm sorry, I did not look up. You can go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno. I'm Paul Schubert, Chief of the Bureau of Healthcare Quality and Compliance. That's SHUBERT. And I believe I could at least answer the question that Assemblymember Brown May asked with regards to licensure of the off-campus EDs. They are actually licensed as an endorsement to the hospital license that they're affiliated with. So they are licensed as an off-campus ED for that particular hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Schubert. I appreciate that you are here. I'm sorry we did not see you sooner. I'm curious to know, so if they're licensed as an affiliate off campus with an emergency room, are there specific things that they're required to have in order for them to qualify as an emergency room as compared to potentially a quick care center?
Yes, there are. There are several requirements for emergency department licensure. And it doesn't matter whether they're on campus or off campus, they have to meet those regulatory requirements to actually be qualified as an emergency department for the hospital.
Thank you very much for that information. First, I will ask if you are able to share that with us. Please, I'd like to see that if possible. And then secondarily, are you able to share with us the locations of licensed emergency rooms, hospitals, quick care centers that we have here in Nevada so that we can really look and see where are they located?
Again, for the record, Paul Schubert. And yes, we can certainly supply you with the regulatory requirements for emergency departments. And I believe the senator actually has a mapping of the locations of the off-campus EDs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. And I will admit at the beginning I was still working on the prior bill, but I thought you said, and I don't see it in the bill, you were talking about non-compete clauses. I don't see where that's referenced. Could you help me out to find that specifically? And then if I may, Chair, I have one other question on insurance. And I guess Senator Donati, we're talking about non-compete between the care centers themselves or the medical providers, the physicians that are involved with? That's really was the crux. I'm looking at a non-compete.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Iñarte for the record. As someone, I'm just trying to flip through it because I think there was changes in where it was in the bill. I can tell you in just a second what section it is, but I can answer your second question. So one of the things that we've noticed in the healthcare system is that there have been many provider groups in Las Vegas, and I can attest to that because it's been very difficult working in primary care, hiring other providers. We have seen in the most egregious cases, physicians in Las Vegas that have signed non-compete agreements for up to 15 miles. What I think has transpired is one group probably puts 5 miles, and then the next group probably responds and sees, well, our competitors are putting 5 miles, so let's put 10-mile radiuses. And then what they'll often do is they'll say, you can't work within 5 or 10 miles within every location that we have in the town. And so what that forces many providers is, one, they fear leaving their employer for other opportunities, because if it means that they do, then they can no longer live in that state, or they have to move to a different part of the state. And for many of them, it means having to uproot their families. And so the most egregious cases that we've seen is actually from private equity that has come in. I'm not going to name the specific groups, but there has been more of an influence of private equity of coming in, purchasing a practice, and then as part of the transition, they'll offer some benefits, but then they'll make the provider sign a non-compete. This bill essentially says that for any entity, regardless if you're private equity, a hospital, primary care clinic, regardless of what it is, for any clinician, you cannot sign a non-compete after the bill is signed. The only exemption that we have put in the bill is specifically for a provider that is only patient-facing. So essentially, we are only talking about providers that deal with patients day to day. We're not talking about the executives. And the difference is because the executives traditionally have access to proprietary information, trade secrets, and so that's why we made that exemption. But we tried our best to ensure that if doctors come here, we tried so hard to get them. There shouldn't be there shouldn't be practices that we should do to eliminate their ability to practice here.
I appreciate it, and that's what I was looking for, and I just couldn't find it. I thought I may have misunderstood you, but I agree with you on the non-compete. Chair, may I just ask one other question on licensing or insurance? Senator Donati, I'll go through it again, I promise, a little with a more specific reading. It was my fault. But the other question I had for you is on the insurance companies. Can they, if the bill breaks off the licensing, would the insurance companies be able to choose to either contract with a freestanding or not for their clients?
Thank you so much, Fabian Iñarte, for the record. Really quickly, as a follow-up to your last question, because I had the chance to take 5 seconds to just look at it. It's Section 30 of the bill that deals with the non-competes, if you want to look at and reference that question. Now, the question about contractual obligations, the bill does not touch that. I do not introduce bills that deal with contracts just because I feel that should be more dealt in the private market. This just looks at essentially the off-campus sites would have to transition to what the pre-existing license that we have.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Yes. Assemblymember Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the second opportunity. Senator, I just want to go back to the non-compete. I'm curious to know, you and I have talked on numerous occasions relative to owner-owned, right? So there's one in particular, right, a cancer center that's local, is in Assembly District 42. They have physicians that come in that buy into the practice. I'm curious to know if you're addressing non-competes for that type of practice in this bill as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Iñarte, for the record. So, no. I have been resistant to accepting amendments that make carve-outs because of the loopholes that could essentially come from that. If that is the recommendation of the committee, I'm certainly open to taking that. That goes without saying. But the reason why we declined that amendment was because, so there's a shareholder provision that was an exemption that was made. What we believe is there can be a loophole exposed from public companies offering shares as part of the hiring process for physicians as a way to circumnavigate the non-competes that they're making them sign. As I've told multiple folks, listen, there's nothing in the bill that tells you you can't, if you recruit a provider from a different state and you pay them to come here, there's nothing that I'm telling you that you can stop from putting in their contract they have to pay you back. I have been signed, I and my previous employees or employers, I've signed a non-solicitation, so that means I can't take the patients or the staff with me. I'm not stopping that as part of the bill. There are NDAs that could be signed so that they don't take the proprietary information with them in terms of how they set up a practice and so forth. That is still something that all of the practices can do. But again, if that's the will of the committee, then I'm certainly amenable to it. But I'm scared of every exemption that we make is just another way for an exploitation of a loophole. So that was more of the reasoning.
Thank you, Senator, for that response and for getting that on the record. We do have two other healthcare bills that are currently moving their way through the legislative body. We've had a number of questions relative to that. I'm curious to know, are there provisions that are in this piece of legislation that conflict with what we're currently considered in 494 or 495?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Oñate, for the record. Yes, this section does conflict with the governor's recommended bill, SB 495, but his has different exemptions. His has more exemptions than what this one proposes. So that there are exemptions in that bill that deal with acquisitions. So if you acquire, you can't just stand one up. I am certainly open to making changes if that's the case, but our exemption is only specifically for executives.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. I'll remind those that are coming to testify, this is the policy/fiscal hearing on this measure because it did not have a policy hearing on the assembly side. I know there's probably a lot of people that would like to testify. I'm going to ask that you kind of keep your comments short. We'll do 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, 30 minutes in neutral. We'll start here in Carson City and invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 378.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Chelsea Capurro with the Griffin Company here on behalf of the Health Services Coalition. For those of you that don't know, the Health Services Coalition is a nonprofit group comprised of some of the largest self-funded employer and union-based health trust funds in Nevada, including Boyd Gaming, Bricklayers Health and Welfare Trust, Caesars Entertainment, Cement Masons and Plasterers Health and Welfare Trust, City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas, Clark County Self-Funded Health Fund, Clark County Firefighters, Laborers Local 872, Culinary Health Fund, Employee Painters Trust, Hard Rock Hotel, IBEW 357 Health Trust, Las Vegas Firefighters, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Health and Welfare Trust, MGM Resorts International, Nevada Hand, North Las Vegas Firefighters, Operating Engineers Local 501 Health Trust, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 525 Health and Welfare Fund, Resorts World Las Vegas, Switch, Teamsters Local 14, Local 631, Local 986, UFCW Local 711, and Wynn Resorts. Sorry, that's a mouthful. And while that is just who I am here speaking on behalf of today, this bill will help every single Nevadan, whether they are commercially insured, on Medicaid, PEB, or uninsured, that walks through the doors of one of these freestanding ERs. Currently, patients are facing steep emergency room copays for non-emergency room conditions, such as headaches, upper respiratory infections, or UTIs. Additionally, there are instances where patients come to a freestanding emergency room for a true emergency, only to be transferred to another facility because the FSCD is unable to provide the necessary level of care, wasting crucial time in an emergency situation. Bringing policy to consider what is built and supported in our communities because resources are limited is not only needed, but I will remind the committee that in 2019, the very first time this body decided to start regulating freestanding ERs, it was the hospitals here opposing today that led the charge. We appreciate you taking up this important issue that will help with the escalating healthcare costs that are burdening all Nevadans, and we urge the committee's support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Jason Gray, Vice President, Government Affairs, MGM Resorts. I want to thank Senator Doñate for bringing forward this important bill. MGM Resorts supports SB 378, which aims to address the proliferation of high-cost freestanding emergency rooms in the Las Vegas Valley. These facilities, often near existing emergency departments, charge exorbitant rates for non-life-threatening conditions that could be treated more efficiently at urgent care centers. This trend is driving up healthcare costs and hindering access to affordable urgent care for our team members in Nevada, and confusion persists due to the similarities between freestanding emergency rooms and urgent care centers. SB 378 will not only address the proliferation of high-cost freestanding emergency rooms in the Las Vegas area, but also enhance healthcare options for all Nevadans. By ensuring that freestanding emergency rooms can also provide urgent care when appropriate for the patient, this bill aims to promote more affordable and accessible healthcare services for the community. I urge your support for SB 378 to address on an accelerated basis this pressing healthcare issue. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Carlos Arlesane, for the record, Vice President of Government Relations and Community Affairs for Caesars Entertainment. A number of freestanding emergency rooms is exponentially growing throughout Nevada, and it's driving up healthcare costs for our employees, who are the backbone of our industry and our businesses. Insurance company plans are experiencing higher emergency room claims, often for care situations that are non-life-threatening conditions that could be treated more affordably in urgent care. SB 378 requires hospital-affiliated, freestanding emergency departments that offer urgent care services have a separate license and be in areas without access to emergency care. At Caesars Entertainment, we abide by a code of commitment which governs the conduct of our business, and it's also our public pledge to our 28,000 plus employees and team members, our communities, our guests, and our business partners, and all those we reach, that we will honor the trust that we have placed in us. Providing our employees with good health care is paramount to the code. SB 378 would help curtail the trajectory of the skyrocketing costs for visiting freestanding emergency rooms. In the spirit of human partnership, I humbly ask for your vote in support of SB 378, a vote that would be a huge step in making freestanding emergency rooms not just accessible, but more affordable for the patients it serves. I urge you, I hope that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. Todd Inglesby, representing the professional firefighters of Nevada. Hopefully I'm going to get summed up some of the questions that were brought up earlier too as well. I'm here this morning to urge support for SB 378, not only because of the impact we have seen on our self-funded health trust and our firefighters and their families when they get hit with these high bills, but also shed some light on how first responders, which I've been in the system for over 20 years, and we run over about 500,000 emergency calls throughout the state of Nevada. We are required to transport, or better yet said, not transport to these freestanding EDs. In the last 2 years, we've seen several of these, as many as 10 pop up. As it relates to our transport protocols, which was discussed earlier, the Southern Nevada Health District had to implement specific rules once these started popping up about who we can take to these freestanding EDs, but the truth is the list of who we can't take to these is longer than who we can. If a patient is violent, uncooperative, 20 or more weeks pregnant, in need of a time-critical intervention, we cannot take people to these freestanding EDs. If anybody is having a STEMI, a stroke, or ACS, or any condition covered by any other destination directive, such as stroke, burn, sexual assault, cardiac arrest, pediatric destination protocol, trauma, and finally, if there is a patient who we could take, for example, they have a stub toe or a headache, but one of their vital signs is not in the normal range, we cannot take them to these freestanding EDs. The question we should really be asking today is if we truly cannot transport a patient having any type of emergency there, which we can't, why are we paying emergency room rates? Thank you, and I urge your support.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Harrison Porter, Harrison Porter.
I'm here representing the Las Vegas Police Managers and Supervisors Association, which represents the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and the Public Safety Alliance of Nevada, representing thousands of law enforcement officers in Nevada. We just want to echo the prior comments, and we're in support of SB 378. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go down south to Las Vegas. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, Todd Mason, representing Wynn Las Vegas. Just want to echo the eloquent comments from my gaming colleagues up in Carson City and urge your support on SB 378. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Clark County Commissioner Tick Sagerbloom, formerly one of you. So I want to thank you so much for what you've done. And I remember those last 4 days. So hang in there. It will survive. On behalf of Clark County, I just want to support this bill, particularly dealing with the EDs, standalone EDs. And Senator Downey said one of the hospitals in our district is the most close to East Las Vegas, which is part of my district. Desert Springs closed, but they kept their emergency room, even though they don't have a lot of the facilities anymore because they closed the hospital. When I've approached them to see if I could find another person to take over the hospital, another company, they refused to let us do that. So now they just have a standing ED there, taking off those patients that could, but those ED patients could actually go to Sunrise, which has a great ER hospital. So anyway, thank you so much for what you've done, and hang in there. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Dawn Christensen, representing the Nevada Resort Association, DAWN CHRISTENSEN, here in support of SB 378. Our thanks to Senator Doñate for his work on this issue. As you heard earlier in the testimony, there's a long list of our members in support of this. And that's because with more than 150,000 Nevadans working directly in resort, hotel, casinos across the state, it's imperative for our members that their employees have reasonable, predictable healthcare costs when seeking help for conditions that need prompt attention but are not immediately life-threatening. So we believe this bill will address rising healthcare costs due to higher emergency room claims for non-emergent issues, provide clarity, greater transparency, and help end the confusion for Nevadans on where to seek appropriate treatment. We respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table in Las Vegas broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 378?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 378, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Moreno, members of the committee. My name is John Abel, representing the LVPPA and LVMPD Health Trust. And I just want to ditto all the comments from Harrison Porter and Todd Eaglesby from the Fire Department and Metro. We're in full support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition, I invite you to fill the chairs at the tables, both here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Please remember to state and spell your name for the record and limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes if possible. And we will start here in Carson City and we'll go down to Las Vegas.
Good morning. My name's Patrick Kelly with the Nevada Hospital Association. In Nevada, freestanding emergency departments, or FSCDs, are not standalone clinics. They are fully integrated departments of hospitals operating under the same license with shared medical records, coordinated staffing, and unified systems of care. In the rare event when a patient arrives at an FSCD and needs to be transferred, the current single license model allows care to continue without disruption. Patients avoid delays, repeated tests, or confusion during critical moments. SB 378 also introduces unnecessary red tape. It would force hospitals to relicense FSCDs and establish complex billing systems that charge based on the severity of the patient's condition. Applying urgent care pricing to emergency care undervalues the level of expertise, equipment, and readiness required to safely treat potentially life-threatening conditions. These departments are staffed 24/7 with emergency-trained professionals and advanced diagnostic tools that must be ready for any scenario from strokes to heart attacks. Asking these facilities to function like urgent care centers financially while still operating at full emergency capability is unsustainable. We believe the triage system suggested in Section 18 of the bill conflicts with EMTALA. Under EMTALA, hospitals are legally required to provide a medical screening exam and stabilize patients who enter the ED. A triage intake is not the same as a medical screening exam. Finally, FSCDs are located where people live. They reduce overcrowding in hospital ERs and improve access during peak hours when demand is highest. In growing neighborhoods, they are often the first and only emergency care option within reach. For these reasons, I urge you to oppose the bill and support policies that expand rather than restrict access to care. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, members of the committee, Connor Kane, representing the Sunrise Health System, which includes Sunrise Hospital, Sunrise Children's Hospital, Mountain View Hospital, and Southern Hills Hospital. We have 6 freestanding emergency departments and are opening our 20th urgent care in Las Vegas later this year. We have 6 freestanding emergency departments and are opening our 20th urgent care in Las Vegas later this year. We take pride in caring for all Nevadans, no matter who walks through the doors of our emergency department each and every day. We strongly oppose Senate Bill 378 as it would severely limit access to care, particularly for our communities that currently do not have access to care in East Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. Nevada is one of the fastest growing states in the country. As our population grows, demand for housing continues to grow. Demand for hotel rooms continues to grow. And as this body knows, patient needs for healthcare services continues to grow. Freestanding emergency departments were developed to help address the lack of access to critical healthcare services in Nevada. FSCDs are emergency departments of our hospital. They're open 24/7, have the same highly trained emergency room doctors, same access to advanced specialties, same diagnostic equipment, labs, and integrated medical records. And contrary to what you've heard, for the record, we have received drop-offs from EMS to our FSCDs to help stabilize patients. 4% of patients visiting our FSCDs are transferred to the main hospital. 4%, at zero cost to the patient. SB 378 would prevent us from providing access to critical health care, particularly in the parts of our community where there's no access. I think this is the most important healthcare bill you're going to see this session, and I implore you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Musgrove with the Valley Health System of Hospitals, and as well as Northern Nevada Medical Services. We have hospitals statewide, including a critical access hospital in Pahrump. I wanted to answer one question because it's come up twice, both by the sponsor and Commissioner. Desert Springs Hospital is one of our facilities. It was an aging facility that we could no longer afford to keep open. But because we wanted to provide access to care for that community, we did in fact build a brand new FSAD that allows for folks to walk in the door when they need health care, when they believe that they need emergency care. And I agree with so much that's been said today by Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, Assemblymember Brown May. We do need urgent care, and we do need to tell and explain to our constituents what are the levels of care. But it's a prudent person. Assemblymember Brown May felt that she needed urgent care, and it turned out she needed emergency care. We can't make that decision for the person, but we have to be prepared, for when they walk in the door. We need to be able to handle anything that walks in the door 24/7, 365. Now, let me put a human face on this issue because I'm afraid that in our eyes, this bill really truly is just about insurance plans wanting to save money. So let me put that human face. Let's go back to Saturday, April 26th, a day that this committee, was working very hard. In Spanish Springs, Assemblymember Anderson, in the morning hours, we had a 7-month-old brought in by a mom. The baby was unresponsive, cold, blue, and her O2 sat at 35%. We had one emergency room physician ready, 2 RNs. The team did an incredible job, got the baby back, transferred out to the Peds Trauma Center, which every emergency room does not have, with line, labs, and all of that was done in 50 minutes. That baby had known heart issues and just had open heart surgery 3 weeks ago, prior to April 26th. The mom said the OT was in the 60s when she left the house in Spanish Springs. EMS, when she called, said that they were 20 minutes away, and she knew she couldn't get to a hospital. So she went to the FSED, and by the time she got to the door, the baby was unresponsive, blue, and now the O2 is 35%. The likelihood of that baby surviving was very, very unlikely if they had not had that access to an FSED, which acted like a full ED. I would challenge the Southern Nevada Health District, now that we have some proof of these facilities, that it's time to relook at those protocols. But please, don't limit access to care. This community, this state needs more access to care. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff. For the record, my name is Rick McCann, MCCANN, representing Healthy Nevada, the state's only certified nonprofit health information exchange. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 378 and particularly Section 5. Senate Bill 378 proposes significant changes regarding electronic health record, or EHR, systems, Medicaid claims integrity, and regulation of independent centers for emergency medical care. We know that. Fiscal notes, talk about the money situation for just a second. Fiscal notes submitted to date, we believe, significantly understate the likely fiscal impact on the state if this legislation is enacted, and again, particularly Section 5. If Section 5 of this bill is not removed, all state and local government agencies currently using the nonprofit health information exchange that exists now, as well as most providers in the state, would have to find alternative methods to comply with NRS 439.589. Currently, the only available alternatives for all of these state and local government entities are either to acquire costly EHR systems from major for-profit vendors, provided these vendors can even have suitable solutions, or to hire personnel and to purchase and operate hardware and software to meet Nevada's interoperability requirements independently. Respectfully, this committee cannot approve this SB 378 that includes Section 5 without first receiving comprehensive data regarding these impacts on state and local agencies that are currently using the health information exchange. We can't live without it. This bill will take it away from us. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Diego Trujillo. I'm the founder of Vegas Healthcare. I represent 18,000 healthcare workers in Southern Nevada. I'm also the CEO of Las Vegas Heals and a proud board member of Healthy Nevada. Our main concern with the fiscal impacts of Section 5, after speaking with experts, is that it would be heading to a world of unknowns. Without a replacement cost analysis, we cannot determine the cost of replacing the current data infrastructure, leaving providers and state agencies vulnerable to unknown expenses. We would risk further duplication, fragmentation, and each health system and provider would need to contract or build their own platform. Instead of moving forward, which many states are doing by bringing together HIEs and meeting the QHIN standards without getting too technical, what we're doing is fragmenting that and making it more difficult for providers to comply and making it harder and putting the burdens on them. We oppose this bill looking at the current healthcare challenges. Destabilizing critical infrastructure with no cost certainty will further strain our system and would be fiscally irresponsible. We appreciate you taking a look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Allison Herzik, Director of Nevada Government Relations for Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican. I won't belabor the point. I'll just echo the comments made by my hospital colleagues. We really appreciate you hearing this bill and having this conversation today, and we urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Hillerby on behalf of Renown Health. Echo the comments of our colleagues and urge your opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Paul Murak with the Vegas Chamber. We appreciate the bill sponsor remaining with the Chamber, but the Chamber is opposed to the very premise of this bill because we believe SB 378 will have a negative impact on integrated health access for Nevada's families and as a broad-based business community. As Southern Nevada's population continues to grow, so does the need for healthcare, and so does the need for healthcare facilities and different points of access. The reality is we need more healthcare access points, such as FSEDs. The Chamber does not believe that you should limit competition with distance restrictions or moratoriums or on new location openings. We have concerns about the provisions of the bill that require separate licensing and add more regulatory burdens to service and access. In addition to providing critical healthcare services, hospitals and FSCDs are a vital part of the economy and necessary to the well-being of the community because we are a 24/7 hour state, town, every day, every year. The simple fact is urgent cares are an important part of the community, but they're not enough for our community. They can't treat cataract episodes, strokes, or medical events that require you to be resuscitated. That's why we need FSCDs as a vital part of our community. They also provide good-paying jobs, union jobs, nurses, for example. They're important to our community, and they're there for our families in times of crisis and so forth. I know on a personal level, it's helped my family on several occasions. As a chamber, as an organization has employees and has a robust healthcare plan, those services are important to our employees, and their families need those services and value those services at FSDC. Unfortunately, healthcare crisis does not care what time or day it is. In closing, we believe this healthcare bill will have negative ramifications throughout the state, and as FSDs have become an integral part. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee today.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Carrie Kramer here on behalf of NAOP. We are opposed to SB 378 and most specifically to Section 18.3. Section 18.3 or 18.3 requires independent centers for emergency medical care to offer urgent care services during all operating hours, either through a separate urgent care unit or a triage system, and to meet several conditions such as equitable waiting times and charging rates aligned with typical urgent care centers. This subsection has a significant implication for hospitals and patients. Access to health care is not just a moral imperative. It's a cornerstone in Nevada's economic viability and future growth. A robust healthcare infrastructure attracts businesses, supports workforce productivity, and fosters sustainable community development. Restricting access to vital emergency services risks slowing economic progress and jeopardizing the health and well-being of Nevadans who drive our state's prosperity. For these reasons, we are opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mac Bybee with the Associated Builders and Contractors. We too are here in opposition based upon our concern that this will limit access to care, having tens of thousands of construction workers in Southern Nevada. Obviously, not only do we build these facilities, but we also utilize these facilities, and we all have family members, colleagues, and people that we hear from that have had difficulties getting care timely, or even just scheduling an appointment with a doctor. We feel that this bill will exacerbate that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. I flew back up this morning because this bill is very important to our organization. I would just echo briefly what Ms. Kramer said on behalf of NAOP. From an economic development standpoint, we're very concerned about the provisions of this bill. And I would also add that last summer, the board of about 60 from public and private sector in Southern Nevada from Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance conducted a study and made a deliberate decision to focus on expanding health services in Southern Nevada, because for all the reasons we know, we are woefully behind the amount of healthcare professionals and access to care that we need in our community, not only to support our growing community, but to create the quality of life that's important to continue economic development in order to bring the types of jobs and generate the tax revenues that we need in our region, and for that matter, the state. And so for those reasons, we strongly urge your opposition to this bill. Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alexis Motorex with the Nevada Chapter Associated General Contractors, here in opposition to the bill for the reasons already stated. And just, I as the mother of a son who had critical health needs when he was young, I can personally speak to the need for more access to health care rather than less. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Paul Enos. I'm the CEO of the Nevada Trucking Association, here today in opposition to Senate Bill 378. Our drivers often work irregular hours. They're not around near home when the urgent care centers are open. So these freestanding ER clinics do help that access to care. We are concerned about what this moratorium could do to limit that access. So for those reasons, we are opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew McCam, the Executive Director of the Nevada Franchise Auto Dealers Association. We are at the table in opposition of SB 378 and TECO, the comments of the previous speakers. We have serious concerns that access to critical care that Nevadans rely on will be impaired simply due to the fact that some freestanding emergency departments will be faced with a Hobson's choice of continue operating under an untenable environment or simply having to close their doors. Our employees are our biggest asset, our most important asset, and their health and care and welfare is of our utmost importance. We urge you to side with our employees and their employees and oppose this misguided legislation which will ensure that they have access to critical care that they rightfully deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Nikki Bailey Lundahl, Vice President of the Nevada Mining Association. Our Nevada mining families are in all counties of the state, and access to health care is very critical for especially an industry that works 24/7, 365. Because of that, we are in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go down south. You can go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Chair, Madam Chair. My name is Damon Schilling. I am the Director of Government Relations for Intermountain Health, and I want to provide two perspectives. One, for Intermountain Health, these types of bills really make us take a second look at some of the programs that we're looking to establish as we're working on our Nevada's first standalone children's hospital. This is a critical decision as we could consider putting up a freestanding ED in a critical need area for children and their families. So we would ask you to oppose it on that. I would just like to clarify some stuff. So I also spent 22 years as a paramedic here in Southern Nevada. And the question for freestanding EDs when it comes to transport isn't in regard to the abilities of the freestanding EDs. It really comes down to the services they're going to need afterwards, right? So if somebody's having a cardiac arrest, they don't go to a freestanding ED because they're going to need an ICU. They're going to need some type of surgical intervention that can't be provided even in an ER. It's in a different portion of the hospital. So when we talk about headaches can be strokes. Dizziness can be some type of cardiac arrhythmia. Those are things that can be treated at a freestanding ED. The reasons we didn't transport some of those patients to a freestanding ED was because of the benefits of having the bigger hospital at play. So these freestanding EDs are able to treat emergencies. They do so on a regular basis. It also allows critical access to areas that are where it's much needed. And so to limit the ability of these freestanding EDs would be a disaster for the growth of healthcare in the state of Nevada. To me, it sounds more like there's an education opportunity for some of these health plans and some of these employers, and an opportunity for us to look at, as some of you guys have pointed out, to really look at the urgent care system and expanding the hours of services and really expanding access to healthcare and not limiting it. I thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Osterberg. I'm here representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,000 members, the majority of whom are small businesses, to express our strong opposition to SB 378. This bill poses serious risks to the quality and accessibility of emergency care in Nevada. FSEDs are not independent clinics. They are fully licensed hospital departments that provide life-saving emergency services in communities where access is critical. This bill would impose unnecessary and duplicative licensing requirements that threaten to disrupt the care these facilities provide. Our healthcare system is already fragile in Nevada. We should be working to expand access to healthcare and not hinder it. For our members, their employees, and their employees' families, and personally, my family as well, I urge you to reject SB 378. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Samantha Barnes on behalf of Comprehensive Cancer Centers of Nevada, the largest independent community-based cancer treatment provider in Southern Nevada. While we appreciate the bill's goal of promoting healthcare accessibility and transparency, its blanket prohibition of non-competition covenants for physicians, including those with ownership stakes, presents serious risks to the stability of physician-owned practices. Physician-owned practices require significant investments in training, infrastructure, and long-term strategic planning. Non-competition agreements help protect these investments, ensuring stability in patient care and the continued success of independent practices. Additionally, physician owners have a vested interest in the practice's reputation and quality of care, which naturally aligns with patient well-being. In specialized fields like oncology, continuity of care is critical. Disruptions caused by unrestricted physician movement could negatively impact patient outcomes. Furthermore, exempting physician-owned practices from these restrictions fosters a fairer competitive balance in the healthcare marketplace, recognizing that physician owners are both caregivers and business stakeholders. We did propose an amendment to Senator Doñate to align with the non-competition language found in Governor Lombardo's SB 495. We urge you to consider a more tailored approach that differentiates between traditional employment models and physician-owned practices. By doing so, SB 378 can better support diverse healthcare structures while maintaining high-quality patient care. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 378.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 378, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, calling today to echo a lot of the opposition comments and also put the Latin Chamber of Commerce currently in opposition on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 378, I invite you to the tables, both here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to our phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in the neutral position on Senate Bill 378.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 378, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello. I'm sorry that I missed the opposition, but my name is, Madam Chair, my name is Michael Gagnon. I'm the Executive Director for the nonprofit Healthy Nevada Health Information Exchange. We are in opposition to Section 5 of SB 378, which will negatively impact patient safety, reduce interoperability, and greatly increase costs for all providers. As is the case in nearly every state, HAA connectivity is far and away the most efficient and cost-effective way to provide interoperability of health records. The typical 5-year cost of EHR for 10-provider medical practice is close to $290,000 versus $33,000 for HAE connection. If we multiply this by the approximately 5,000 providers not yet connected for this service, the 5-year cost differential is approximately $128 million to be borne by providers. Looking at the cost for small hospitals, their connection to a national network would be nearly the same as connection to an HIE, but without the HIE, hospitals will need to manage opt-in consent for their patients before they can legally release these records. That's according to our current state laws. We estimate those operational costs at $110,000 over 5 years. The bottom line is the HIE option is significantly more cost-effective for both practices, hospitals, EMS organizations, and other healthcare organizations. No one knows the exact cost because this has not been studied, but over 5 years, our estimate is approximately $148 million, which would mostly go to for-profit EHR vendors. What is ironic is that the freestanding EHRs in this, another part of this bill, would actually not have access to your medical records unless you could go and forward them during an emergency, which would not simply be possible. Section 5 of this bill is bad policy and bad fiscally. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will move your comments to opposition. Broadcast, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 378?
Chair, we have no additional callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. And I see that There are members from DHHS in the room. If I could get you to come to the table, I have a few questions about the fiscal aspect because we are a fiscal committee and we were having both the policy and the fiscal. And I didn't see you until after. Good morning. My first question is, as the bill is amended, what costs would your division incur if this policy was approved?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, committee members. Ann Jensen for the record, agency manager at Nevada Medicaid. Our updated fiscal, which has been submitted, but I don't believe is posted on Nellis yet, reflects a total cost of $0 to the division in fiscal year 26 and a total cost of $1,440,450 in fiscal year 27. Of that, a total of $291,296 would be appropriated from the state general fund.
And with the 291 million being from the general fund, where would the remainder of those funds be?
Absolutely. And Jensen, for the record, the remainder are the federal authorized funds for a total of $1,149,153.
And during some of the testimony in support and opposition, especially in opposition, a number of people mentioned studying. Have we ever completed a study in our state about the effects of the freestanding ERs and urgent cares and hospitals? Has there ever been a study done in our state?
Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record, not to our knowledge has there been a comprehensive study of the market. We did look during the Patient Protection Commission. They, on the side, looked at some of the data on the Medicaid claims. That's how we knew that 2/3 of the visits going to these entities were actually what we would call inappropriate settings. It could have been delivered in a lower level setting. Recognizing that is true if there was a lower level setting, right, available, like an urgent care or primary care in some instances. But I do think we do have the all payers claims database that we are standing up at the division, and that should be ready and hopefully ready to go once we get all the data collected from the carriers in the next 12 months to 18 months, so we could maybe we could actually do a full study on the market.
Thank you for that. It was mentioned by a number of callers and presenters are testifying about a study, so we would really know where we're at and what the effects are throughout the state, not just in the urban core. So thank you for that. Members, since I didn't call DHHS up to the table during the hearing, does anyone have any questions for them while they're here? Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I may have written it down wrong, so I just wanted to clarify the numbers because it does appear that part of the appropriation may have gotten in on the Senate side, but it looks like the federal component of that was off. Did you say that the amount that you have is $1,444,450?
Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record. That is correct for the total. For the federal share, it's $1,149,153.
Thank you for that.
Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And so my question is not going to make any sense. I can tell you that right now. Is there a difference in the billing that you would get when it comes to urgent care versus the emergency rooms? Is there a difference in the billing that you would get if that's I guess the operation is attached to a hospital, a normal hospital that we would say, as opposed to a standalone? Is there a difference in that billing that you would ever get through your department?
Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record. I'd have to follow up to be specifically accurate on the actual difference, but in general, the difference that Medicaid would pay for a standalone ER would be 3 times more than what we pay for urgent care. We do have kind of a breakdown of some of those rates we're happy to share with members of this committee.
Thank you for the question. Assemblymember Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I do have just a couple of questions. So it seems like this is really about payment and the cost of services in a freestanding ER versus an urgent care center, if I'm hearing all of the testimony. So I'm curious to know the percentage. So you have the data about what potentially could have been treated in an urgent care as opposed to a freestanding medical center. Is there a way to negotiate rates for those types of cases? Like, is there? I mean, we heard from the plans, right? Like, on it, obviously they have people that are part of their plan. They would prefer to go to an urgent care as opposed to freestanding emergency. How do you negotiate? Is there that possibility to solve?
Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record. So that's my favorite conversation is incentives and payment. And I think we need to do better in that space. One of the things that's come out of session for us has been thinking through, could we change the way we pay for a facility or a hospital that has both of these facilities within certain miles of each other to really incentivize hospitals to also open up these lower level of care opportunities. You know, in other states, we often see hospitals investing in primary care clinics, for example, for their communities, but those states are paying them value-based payment design models, which I think is something we are trying to lift in the state, but you know, obviously that requires funding and also federal approval and all the things that go with that. But it is something as part of our hospital quality collaborative right now that we're doing with private hospitals. We're looking at, for example, at maternity care, but we're also looking at transitions of care. I think there's opportunities for different payment models there as well, and to direct the health plans to do those types of payments. So yes, your answer is yes. But I don't know if that solves all of our problems, right? Because hospitals have to have enough money to actually also build in that infrastructure too.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. I appreciate the clarity around that as we try to build out sort of the efficacy of the healthcare system, right, and access for all of our folks. I think you heard that. I appreciate, and if you don't mind, Madam Chair, and Senator Danyate, with due respect and consideration for the great work I think that you have done here, I would like to consider, as you stated, Senator, the possibility of amending the non-compete section so that it is in alignment with the other measure that we're currently working on. I think that will just decrease the confusion associated with both of those bills, that we can move them simultaneously. I'd like to wonder if you'd consider adding language relative to doing a study that the division has noted we have not done currently as a way for us to really understand the efficacy. And then the third piece is I'd like for us to consider as a state that value-based payment model and how do we better negotiate rates for the services that are actually being provided. And I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being here and for answering the members' questions. Senator, can I ask you to come back to the table? And I'm going to preface this by saying I'm going to probably overshare today. I'm very torn on your bill. And the only reason I'm torn is that most people in this room, probably almost everyone with the exception of a handful, it was a freestanding emergency room that saved my life in January of this year, 2 weeks before State of the State. I had spoke at a luncheon event and thought I was having heartburn. And I went home and knew it was something more. And told my husband he needed to come home to take me to the ER. I knew it was more than just an urgent care call. Once I got to the ER, the first test didn't show anything, but I know my body, and there was an amazing doctor at that ER who refused to let me go. He said, we're going to do the test again. They did the test again, and I was having a heart attack. They transported me to the hospital at no cost. I went in for emergency surgery, and I was able to be here for the State of the State a week and a half later. Limiting what those facilities do in my community because there was not a hospital close by. I live in a really nice area, but there's no hospital close by, and I knew that I was not going to make it to a hospital in a timely manner. But I could get to that freestanding ER in less than 5 minutes. And had I not had that opportunity, I may not be sitting here today. So it's my ask, and it's a personal ask, and I'm oversharing, that you consider some of the amendments today, because I don't want to limit the care that I received that anyone else would be able to have. And I totally understand the double billing that some of the others have talked about. I personally was not double billed, but I have heard from some constituents that they are. I do not want to limit health care for others, because I may not be here for my husband, my children, my grandchildren. Had that freestanding ER not been there, and that doctor that was there trusted and listened to me, that I knew my body and made sure that I got to the hospital that they're connected with to have that emergency surgery. So that's just my ask. Do you have any closing comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fabian Junter for the record. I wanted to talk about, just in response to the testimony, but before I do that, I just want to say thank you for, of course, sharing your story. I know that's always difficult to share our healthcare experiences, and I think that I am certainly open to at least having a discussion with you offline in terms of what we need to do post this process. Of course, in knowing the end of session, I never wanted to be the one that has a long hearing dealing with Ways and Means and Finance. I apologize for that. But it is imperative that we fix this with whatever comes forward, right? I want to address just a few of the concerns that come forward, because I think it is important to understand and at least have the same understanding. There's a question regarding value-based payments that was brought up. That was an amendment that is reflected in the bill that at least starts to align the connected networks that we had for primary care, urgent care, and the freestanding EDs. That still exists. I also want to clarify for the record that, our hospital systems, these freestanding ERs, I am not opposed to them. I think they're wonderful facilities. I think that they do act as extenders, and as a healthcare executive, right, I would want at least something versus nothing. I think all of us can agree to that. The question, though, is, as hospital executives have admitted to, they are overbilling patients for care that they know better not to bill for. I have been in phone calls over the last 2 years, in meetings with hospital executives, and it's always interesting to me that when you ask them, and this is a true story, I remember being in a discussion of a contract with a particular hospital system, and we started off with the main question, which was, what is your intention out of these discussions? And the hospital executives did not know that I was in that call, and their first thing was, our goal is to make money. And the provider said, us too. That is what's the reality of the hospital executives in this state. And so there's a reason why you're seeing the reflection of them coming in, because they know that they have been overbilling for these cases. And so the question isn't about whether or not they should exist. I agree that they should exist. I agree that they're good extenders for healthcare delivery. The question becomes as to what do we deserve, what do consumers deserve when they're expected that level of treatment? And if that's appropriate. As we heard, these are 3 times the amount of what we generally would pay for many of these cases. And many of the folks that testify in opposition, they have members too that are also being overbilled and overcharged. And so I question the legitimacy of those concerns. As far as a study, listen, I would have asked for the study in 2023 if that was something that came forward. The question becomes, does the study come with the stopping of proliferation? I offered a moratorium to at least stop the bleeding that we're seeing in the community, and the hospital said no. I offered to reduce the bill section that deals with the mileage of how far of a distance, including that you can't be across the street. They said no. I have tried every attempt, even in the licensing, right? Instead of creating a separate license, maybe as a sub-license category, they can keep the same license, it's just a sub-license underneath what they're currently at. They said no. And so I think the question then becomes, to the integrity of the hospital executives, if they are not willing to understand what the community is coming forward to, then what is the answer? And certainly a study is not there. There have been national studies that have shown that the same efforts that we're experiencing in this state have already occurred in other states. And so that's the only ask that I asked. If it's a study, then something else has to happen. We have to stop the bleeding because patients are being overbilled. And it's just unnecessary, the actions that we're seeing from our healthcare system. And I'm happy to talk with you offline as to what that looks like. But thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 378. And members, I believe there's 3 or 4 of us that are supposed to be in Senate GA. And Our fiscal staff has to testify on one of the bills that's going to be in Senate GA, so we are going to stand in recess until we can bring all of our committee back together. We are in recess. Good afternoon. We will bring the Ways and Means Committee back to order. And we will start with Senate Bill 240 and welcome Senator Pacina to the table. 240 revises provisions relating to the state business licenses. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Backus, and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. Thank you so much for having me today and for allowing me the opportunity to present again. For the record, my name is Julie Pazina, and I represent Senate District 12 in Clark County. I'm before you today to present Senate Bill 240, which provises revisions relating to state business licenses. It's been a very long week for all of us, I think, with about 4 hours of sleep a night, so apologies. This is probably the beginning of my challenge of speaking this morning. The intent of, or afternoon, see? It's almost like I planned it. The intent of SB 240 is to help small businesses succeed in the state. This is really a small business and entrepreneurship bill. One of the top barriers to small businesses succeeding is the cost of obtaining required licenses and permits. And as many of you know, oftentimes for cities, for counties, businesses are getting these permits and then getting them again on a state level. So this would reduce the cost from $200 to $100 for small businesses with fewer than 50 full-time or part-time employees, and it would be for only the first year in business. So that is what this is. We have changed the effective date, and with that effective date moving to July 1, 2027, I did share an email with the committee chair and vice chair that may note there would be no impact in the current biennium for this program. And I would be happy to stand for any questions before I somehow call it the morning again.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And just a few questions. Do you know how many small businesses are in the state that this bill would impact?
Chair Julie Pazina, for the record, I'm so happy you asked that. We had reached out to the Secretary of State's office for that information. We're still waiting on it back. Apparently, that's not something that they that was shared that they have in their record keeping. So it's not something that small businesses at this time prior to this program have had to actually mark and say we're 50 or fewer businesses or 50 or fewer employees. And so they're looking at the businesses that decided to just share that information, though it wasn't required, and trying to give us an estimate based on that. And once I have that, I will be more than happy to share. But we've requested the data, and I know that we do have the SOS office here, and I know that they're working diligently to provide that information.
Thank you so much. And while we would be helping out small businesses, it would also be a revenue loss for the state. And I'm not sure if it's on the reprint or the original bill as submitted. Secretary of State's office submitted an unsolicited fiscal note indicating an impact of $40,000 in FY27. Would that impact then move to FY28 if you want to come to the table? And then how do you plan to fund the system with the costs? Because there's no appropriation in the bill to cover that.
Chair, before he answers, and thank you so much for the question, we also feel like this will help motivate more small businesses to open up, knowing that we're working with them in order to provide an avenue to help make them more successful. So we hope eventually this leads to more small businesses opening up in the state, more revenue, and more jobs. And with that, I will hand it over to our fabulous representative from the SOS.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Gabriel DeCara, Chief Deputy Secretary of State. For the record, thank you so much to Senator Pazina for bringing this bill. Secretary Aguilar firmly believes that supporting small businesses, including by reducing our fees, is actually a way to grow Nevada's economy. To answer your question, Chair Monroe Moreno, I believe, and I apologize, this has been, obviously there are a lot of moving parts this session. I believe with the moving of the fiscal date, with the effective date of the bill, we can also remove the $40,000 fee. That was related to programming changes that would be needed to update the Secretary of State's system to allow for this bill to take effect, essentially. However, moving the effective date and knowing that the Secretary of State's office is presently undergoing a complete overhaul of our system, we would be able to build this legislation into the system. So I can submit another unsolicited, or the committee can take action, but I don't think that $40,000 cost is required. If I may, future biennium fiscal note, as Senator Pizzina said, the state does not. We only have data from businesses that give it to us voluntarily. So the fiscal note that we put in would be the absolute maximum estimated fiscal impact to the state, because that looks at all LLCs and sole proprietorships that did not receive a separate waiver that was filed with our office. And so that would be the absolute maximum. But I will say, with not just our new system, but with a lot of the business intelligence software that we're working on putting into play right now, by the next legislative session, before this bill would be to take effect, we would have better data. We'd be able to update that projection and show a more accurate rendering of the fiscal impact of this bill, which we believe would be far lower. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, because when I saw that the potential fiscal impact or reduction of revenue would be just over 15 million, I was kind of like not only a no, but a heck no. Yes. So thank you for putting that on the record, that would be the worst case scenario. Members, any questions? Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And when I think of Nevada and our businesses, we have probably fewer businesses that employ more than 50 employees. So I think actually the 15 million is probably close to accurate. I just Googled it just to see what we're looking at. And it seems like we have a very high percentage of businesses that are small businesses. And so this would, and my understanding is we're looking at a decrease between, I know some businesses, LLCs may pay up to $500 a year to do their renewal. So that would be less, and then they'll be saving $400. And these are businesses that have 49 employees, is what I'm understanding. Not micro businesses, not in addition to sole proprietors.
Julie Pizzina for the record, and thank you so much for the question. Chair, would you like me to go through you or answer direct? Okay, thank you so much. So it would not change the $500 fee at all. It would only change the $200 fee. So the businesses, the corporations that are affected by the $500 fee would not be touched. Also, this is only for a small business's first year in business. So it's not every small business in the state. It's small businesses during their first year ever getting a state business license.
Gabriel DeCara for the record. Assemblymember Bacchus. And the thing to add that, yes, a very large percentage of Nevada's businesses are small businesses. However, for example, and the numbers I have, so in fiscal year 2024, the last complete fiscal year we pulled some of these numbers from, there were just under 58,000 new LLCs that were created in the state of Nevada. 48,000. But not every LLC is a small business. Not every LLC would qualify for this exemption. Some of them are created for other purposes. So I do think it's worth noting that while the most businesses are small businesses, not every entity that is filed with the Secretary of State's office is necessarily a business. Thank you.
Okay, I was thinking it seems like you have a friend who may have this data. But so it's for those that are organizing, for each of them is different, whether it's incorporating or organizing or forming in Nevada. It's the first year. With that high of numbers, how many, are these, I know they're not registering as foreign, but it seems like how many of them are really, do you know how many are really doing business in our state as opposed to just using Nevada as a vehicle to just secure a business formation?
Gabriel DeCara for the record. Presently, we do not. That is another thing that we would like to gather more data on in the future. My understanding, or I leave it to the bill sponsor to talk about the intent of the legislation and who it should affect. But we would do as the sponsor intends.
There's a phone friend that joined the table. You can go ahead.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair. Paul Moratkin with the Vegas Chamber. No, thank you, Senator Pizzina, for efforts. So our intention was truly to capture those young entrepreneurs, those new entrepreneurs that are emerging. That's why specifically the corporations were not put into the bill. And we also put that qualifier onto the employee account because we want to make sure we're supporting Nevada entrepreneurs that are starting their own businesses. As many of you know, there's a compounding effect of fees at the state and local government level. And one of the things we do here is that the state licensing fee has gotten very high, and we didn't want that to be a barrier for that first year. As you know, Assemblymember Bacchus, through the chair, capital is usually a major concern that first year of operations. And we do appreciate the efforts of the Secretary of State, but we recognize that those loss of revenue is the high end. We do believe it's going to be lower. And as Senator Pazina said, we know if we lower those fees, those first year entrepreneurs are going to take that additional risk, right? They're like, wow, there's that incentive for me to wanting to be, the state wants to see me succeed. And the SOS has been great, of course, Senator Pazina, but we do believe that this is a pro-entrepreneur bill that will pay back the state many times over in the coming years. Especially, we know when entrepreneurs want to step up, it's when they want to make more money in a challenging economy.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So, like my colleague, I mean, I've seen some statistics that indicate that as many as 99% of our state's businesses by total volume are classified as small businesses. Mr. Muradkin, I don't know if you have any other statistics from your experience. So I guess that's part of the question. The main point of the question that I was looking to get to is what's envisioned as being the demonstration that would need to be provided in order to get the reduced rate. I have a small business myself, so I remember signing up, and I have to pay for the renewals as well. What would need to be provided by that entrepreneur that's starting up in order to demonstrate that they are, that they at least have the under 50 employees? I understand there is kind of some discussion too about the goal is to try and support truly Nevada-based entrepreneurs. And so I don't know if there's something that would be involved in demonstrating that it's that as well and not kind of another entity that is not really based here but is incorporating here.
Through the chair to Assemblyman Watts, Paul Murakin for the record. So, Assemblymember, in terms of the demographics of the state, the chamber obviously is, the state's largest business association. We have the 70 sectors, and within our membership, in using the state standard of 50 or lower, it's about 85%. And we believe that mirrors pretty much throughout the state and so forth. In terms of the online intake form, if I may defer that to the Secretary of State's office, there is an intake form they have to fill out generally, but I'll defer to the SOS and how they collect that information, if that's okay.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Gabriel DeCara, for the record. So, yes, when we set up a workflow for a new business, there are any number of questions. Some questions are required by statute. Some questions are optional for businesses to enter. My understanding, the bill as written does not include the requirement of an affirmation, but that is something that, for example, the Secretary of State's office could add a regulation about, what those requirements would look like, if that makes sense, which then they would have to demonstrate whether it's something that they upload, right, an affirmation that they swear or whatever that ends up being. But we'd have time to develop the regulations to show what they need to demonstrate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So basically, that's something that would be developed, and so an affirmation, I swear that I have under 50 employees, something to that effect. And then I just wanted to go back. I missed part of this. So you mentioned 48,000 new businesses. Was that over the course of a year recently, or over the course of a biennium? I just missed that detail.
Thank you for the question, Gabriel DeCara, for the record. So this was fiscal year 24, and that was just under 48,000 new LLCs filed in Nevada, and then 27,620 new sole proprietorships that did not fall under another waiver. So there are a number of ways that a sole proprietor can get a waiver for their business license fee. 27,000 did not qualify for a separate waiver. So those are the buckets that would may fall under this bill.
Thank you for that. And so, I mean, sole proprietorships, I think, pretty much certainly fall within the provisions of this bill. So if I add a couple zeros, I think that's $2.7 million a year if that level of registration were to continue. And then with the other, I mean, $4.8 million, maybe 5% of that, given the small business statistics that we have, roughly is somewhere in the ballpark of what we could potentially be looking at. So I think that helps contextualize some of the discussion around the fiscal note as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. Well, thank you so much. And we'll invite to the table anyone that'd like to testify in support of Senate Bill 240.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the committee. Carrie Kramer here on behalf of NAOP and in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Joanna Tiveros with Care Nevada on behalf of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. I'd like to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward, and we are here in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone lines and see if there's anyone who's been able to join us that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 240.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we have no callers for testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City or Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 240, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone lines. By chance, do we have anyone who's been able to join us that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 240?
Chair, we have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 240, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table and knowing that we do not have anyone on the phone lines at this time, we will ask the sponsor if you have any closing remarks.
Julie Bazzina for the record, and I just wanted to thank you so much again for allowing me the hearing, and I wish you a good afternoon, not a good morning.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 240. Thank you for saying that. Then we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 245. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've been with us all day.
I know. Phone a friend again. Hello. Good morning. Or good afternoon. See, I just did the same thing as Senator Pizzina. My name is Christine Hull for the record, and I am going to read Senator Lang's remarks into the record and then my remarks. Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and committee members. I am reading on behalf of Roberta Lang, representing District 7 in Clark County. I am excited to be here today to present Senate Bill 245, which builds upon the work this body has done to strengthen civics literacy in the state. This bill improves upon the State Seal of Civics program and creates an advisory council on civic education and makes an appropriation to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. In 2012, the Educational Testing Service issued an insightful report called Fault Lines in Our Democracy: Civic Knowledge, Voting Behavior, and Civic Engagement in the United States. The report warns that many students in the United States lack an acceptable level of knowledge about civics. It also highlighted a growing concern about civic engagement and consequently the health of the country's democracy. We have done considerable bipartisan work over the last several sessions to bolster our civic literacy and engagement in Nevada. This work was through Senate Bill 194 in the 2021 session. This bill established a State Seal of Civics program to recognize high school graduates with a high level of proficiency in civic education by placing seals on their diploma. Senate Bill 245 does the following: creates an advisory council on civics education to assist with the development and implementation of the Civic Seal program, including an application process for students, a rubric identifying the requirements to earn the seal, and setting up the criteria for the excellence awards for schools, student leaders, and educator leaders. 2, appropriates $20,000 to fund the needs of the program, such as graduation cords, designs, and printing of the seals, and developing a website. Sorry, there's some crossouts here. The appropriation in the measure would be to provide to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement as a fiscal agent for the program, working with the Nevada Department of Education. Okay. And I don't think we have anybody from NDE, but I will do my best to answer NDE questions if there are any. And now for my part. For the record, my name is Christine Hull. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Nevada's Civic Seal and how we can encourage civic engagement for all students. I would like to thank Senator Lang for sponsoring this bill and her continued dedication to civic education for Nevada students. The Civic Seal isn't more than a graduation recognition. It's an opportunity to deepen students' engagement in civics and their communities across all grade levels. It recognizes schools, teachers, and students for their roles as civic leaders. But more importantly, it encourages a more focused approach to civic education. Already defined at each grade level in the Nevada Academic Content Standards, each grade level has standards that work toward informed, engaged citizens who can think critically, engage in civil discourse, and contribute to their communities with age-appropriate lessons. Democracy is not something students read about. It's something they must practice. In today's rapidly changing world, an informed and engaged citizenry is more important than ever. Civic education goes beyond memorizing the Constitution. It's about understanding rights and responsibilities, being curious about the world around us, and driving meaningful change by using their own voice. As the executive director of the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement, I have been involved with the Civic Seal since its passage, and we fully support the proposed changes and are dedicating staff time to ensure that students statewide can access this opportunity. However, the program's success hinges on establishing a council to support its implementation, as one person at NDE alone cannot manage this initiative effectively. Similar to the Governor's STEM Recognition Program, the Civic School of Excellence Recognition Program offers schools, teachers, and students across all grade levels in schools the opportunity to deepen their commitment to civic engagement. By modeling what collaborative work within a community looks like, the addition of a council to the Civic Seal program enables multiple voices to be brought to the table, ensuring that Nevada schools have the opportunity to participate in this program and that their voices can expand the program throughout the state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So my first questions, because you have been with us all day, you were here during the presentation for SB 133, which
Yes.
makes an appropriation to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement to support civic education programs.
Yes.
And in that bill, there was an appropriation ask of $250,000 in each year of the biennium.
Yes.
So for a total of $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
So in this bill, in SB 245, also civic education, with an additional appropriation ask of $20,000. Please tell me why this cannot be done with the other. Why do we need two bills that pretty much do the same thing?
Thank you for the question, Christine Hull, for the record. They are actually separate. We would be a fiscal agent for the Nevada Department of Education to purchase the seals and the cords, as well as you heard from Director Scolari this morning through Tourism and Culture, we're working with America 250 program, and they are setting aside some additional funding to handle the Civic Seal part of the program. This is not, while we've sat on this committee and worked with NDE on it, we've not actually dedicated our funds towards it, but we are willing to dedicate staff time to continue supporting NDE. And so in this bill, we would just be a fiscal agent to ensure that those are purchased for schools.
Thank you so much. You know, we have a few questions. I'm going to go to Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you. And so I am actually an educator, and I have taught Poli-Sci 101, which was one of the courses that was included for this. And I was the teacher on my campus at the time that created the examination for civics. So I am frustrated by that entire process because the examination for civics is created on each school site. So school leaders make their own exam, and so it's not consistent. So the exam at one school might look different than what it looks like at another school that looks like another school. There's some guides, but essentially it's up to the school to determine how that looks like. So I'll be honest, I feel like it's very floofy. And if we're going to create up an entire advisory committee that's committed to this work, then they definitely need to create that exam so it's consistent across the state, especially if we're also decreasing it to 80%. I'm going to be honest, if I'm the teacher that's creating the exam and my students only get an average of 90% or of 80%, then I probably haven't done my job. Right? So we need to figure that out because right now we have this seal that you could get, but then I would create the exam and then I would also provide quite a bit of prep before I give that exam, and all of my students will get an A, and I will make sure they get an A because we will study until they do. So I just want to make sure that there is some requirement that this advisory council then creates an exam so that it's consistent throughout the state, and then provides support to educators, like whatever training, or not necessarily training, but just like review materials so that they can review it with their students.
Thank you so much for the question, and I absolutely agree with you. And in 16 of 17 districts, they're all using the same test that was created by the Department of Education and is distributed through Canvas. I don't think that has been fully distributed through Clark County at this point, which is part of the reason for kind of streamlining this and pulling it all together through a council, that we really do believe the same thing, that we're not being consistent across the board. And again, that's because there is one person at NDE managing all of the social studies, including multiple seals, and it's beyond, it needs to be done on the council, as you said. So I'm with you on that.
Members, any other questions? Assembly Member Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just kind of had some follow-up. I know that there's the council that's going to oversee the making of the seal, and you indicated that the Department of Tourism is going to kind of help out financially. Is that to provide assistance to ND, or is that going to be like for the travel cost of the council, or costs that they incur to get together? And who do you foresee? Is it going to be the nonprofit that's going to be like kind of in charge of making sure the work's being done? Who's going to be doing all that?
That's a great question, and thank you, Christine Hull, for the record, for giving me the opportunity to clarify that. So the Department of Tourism and Culture is overseeing the America 250 Commission and committees, and as Director Scolari mentioned this morning, they are working on fundraising for a scholarship program for students who achieve the seal. And so the America 250 as a whole would like to be involved in this, in the sense of creating an account for a scholarship and potentially a granting program for schools who want to create civics programs in their schools. And so that would be separate from this, but they're in support of working with us. And there shouldn't be any travel because the council can meet all through Zoom. And so there shouldn't be any travel necessarily, but I know that NDE is wanting to work on some specific training for teachers to ensure that they know how to use the parts of Infinite Campus that allow for the seals, as well as what a service learning project looks like, how to do the civics test, and use the Canvas test. So I know that's all in the works. Did that fully answer your question? I'm sorry.
You actually probably opened up a question that you're not going to probably be able to answer, and I appreciate your answer. It's probably going to go to Nevada Department of Education if someone's here, because we've seen a lot of seals this session, and it seems that each of the seals come with a need for a whole new person at ND, specifically a management analysis 2 position, and I don't see that here, but I just assumed it was because this process has already been in the way. But it sounds like there's going to be a lot of other work being undertaken, including additional training. And so I guess if NDE can answer, is that all going to be covered with the current general fund appropriation of the $20,000 in fiscal year 2026? I don't know.
I don't believe anyone from NDE is here, but they did not put a fiscal note on this because there's the person who oversees social studies this is already in their job description to work on this civic seal, along hopefully with this council to support that person and their role.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for
Absolutely.
stepping in for a number of members today who were multitasking. We appreciate it. And we'll invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 245. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przinski here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and we are in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Boards. A little winded, but I'm here to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. Do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 245?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 245, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here in the room in Carson City or Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 245, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line again to see if we have anyone who's been able to join us that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 245.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but we have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 245, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the tables in Carson City or Las Vegas, and knowing that we have no one on our phone lines at this time, we'll ask the presenter if you have any closing comments. She is shaking her head no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 245. All right, moving on. We will open the hearing for Senate Bill 393, which is a measure that revises the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act. And we invite Senator Neal to the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have plenty of jokes right now. If this day could end right now, I would be grateful. Okay, so SB 393 basically is part 2 of the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act. The bill has, you should have a proposed amendment, I hope, 3,123 to SB 393. So I want to just talk about that really quick, just because it deals with the center portion of the bill related to how we're going to deal with the mortgages that are associated with Windsor Park. Basically, we're just adding some protections in there to make sure that no one is changing their or adding new debt. So, because we can't have an increase in somebody running around and going getting a HELOC. The appropriation in the bill is basically for $26 million to finish out the bill as written, which includes several provisions. We have purchased the land for 2023. There's now, we overspent by roughly I'd say 6 million, but Housing Division can come up and correct. So we have a current code that we have to go up to speed. So these houses built in 1965 did not have garages. They all had carports or no carport, just a driveway. New code in North Las Vegas requires 2-car garages. So this number represents 6 million in order to update for the new code. 12 million total, which would include the 2-car garages, the patio and porches that currently exist in the existing homes, and then adding the block walls. So they currently have privacy walls between the homes. It also, we have to, after all of the families are moved, we have to demolish the homes. And part of the demolition is removing the streets, removing any kind of hazardous waste. Also, we have to pay off the mortgages that were associated. Roughly, there are 23 mortgages. There may be more. We, in the process of moving through this in 23 and 24, there were vacant lots that I thought we could just automatically swap. We believe that there are 7 lots that that were part of Cibola Park, which was our original land deal, where we could go in and purchase those at $47,000 a lot, which is what we originally had been looking at in terms of the land. But then we ended up getting a different deal that was 100 feet away from where we were originally looking at. And then the bill also speaks to SB 450 and 393, same language, the relocation expenses that were related to moving the families, and then the I call them baby Windsor homes that represent the 45 homes that were a part of the first move in 97, where they had problems with their homes, and there was a part of the testimony where the tub paint was peeling, the ceilings, the doors were facing each other, and these were homes that were built with the CBDG money, the original 14 million that CBDG, the city of North Las Vegas got in the 90s, but it was substandard, and so to make sure that they also are part of the remedy. And then the end of the bill had a memorialization of the families by turning all of that vacant land into park space. And with that, I will open up for questions. And if you guys have questions on whether or not the land is viable for park space, I don't know if this was sent over, but I have a park conversion study from September 2019 that was done by the city that speaks to the status of the land that's in Windsor Park.
I think we're all exhausted. I did have the question if the land was suitable to be a park for children and families to play on and walk on and things. I have not seen that, but that was a question that I had. So thank you for mentioning that. And then the 26 million, that is the appropriation request in the bill. Do you feel that is sufficient amount to cover those mortgages? I know there's not a large number of homes, but would that be enough to pay them off?
Thank you for the question. So 2 parts. So the park study, and I will leave this with you, Chair, and you might get deeply upset, but when you read this wonderful park conversion study that was done by the city of North Las Vegas in 2019, September of 2019, they did a geological, environmental, biological study on the land. and they were looking to see if the subsidence was still moving, if there was still like shifting, and they had found that the land had been stable for at least 10 years. And they then had decided, because they were going to convert City View, take a portion of North Fifth and then remove portions of City View, they were going to convert Windsor Park since it was vacant and desolate. And the study showed that at that time that they were going to be able to, the land was going to be able to stand barbecue pits, concrete bathrooms, and a full-on ability to have like a true like park with structures. And the reason why this is relevant and why it's relevant to this conversation is because none of the residents knew that about the stability of that land, and because that's how this whole conversation started, which was over a brick wall. And then we found this study which said that, you know, a brick wall and a barbecue pit and whole bathrooms could be built. So it is worth a read just for educational purposes on the specialness of this project and the nuance of what we've had to deal with. But second part of your question, yes, I do believe that the 26 million will take care of everything. We still have some money left from the first tranche, which was the ARPA money, and then the portion of the 12 million. Because the land was purchased with 9.9, I believe there is, I don't know if Christine Hess wants to come to the table, but I think there is
She's coming up.
16.6 million left.
Close. A lot. It depends.
It depends. But I believe that this would take care of everything from the mortgages to the park, and we would not have to come back to this building, and we could complete the justice for the Windsor Park families.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Hess. If you can just add to that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, evening. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you all for all that you're doing here in these last few days. Appreciate you all so much. I'm just going to speak to what's been spent to date. The Housing Division has Christine Hess for the record. I can't even remember if I said that. The Housing Division has processed 3 draws for the Windsor Park project, one of those including the land for $9.9 million. The total spent to date is $11.15 million. Those are actually all ARPA funds, the ARPA SLF, the lost revenue funds that were dedicated to Windsor Park in Senate Bill 450. So that means in Senate Bill 450, if you'll recall, the bill designated $25 million of ARPA SLFRF funds for Windsor Park and an additional $12 million of general funds for the project. Those general funds are being paid back periodically by the City of North Las Vegas. So currently there's a balance of $13.85 million of ARPA funds, and the general fund balance is still $12 million. So the total available for the project is $25.85 million.
And if SB 393 were to pass, those funds would not revert. They would to the general fund, any of those, so that it would stay in the fund to help finish off the project, correct?
Yes, Christine Hess for the record. One of the components of SB 393 does extend the date so that they do not revert, the general funds do not revert. Thank you.
Perfect. And then my last question, this was not included in the executive budget, so this would be in addition.
Senator Neal, for the record, that is correct. We, on the Senate side, set it apart for and found the money for this to go into the Windsor Park account that's created.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you both so much for the clarification. And we will call to the table anyone that is here to testify in support of Senate Bill 393. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Tanager on behalf of the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. For the record, we're here in strong support of SB 393, and I just want to take a minute to thank Senator Neal for her tireless work to protect the community in Windsor Park and to seek justice for the community members in Windsor Park. I know many of you have sat through hearings where you've heard the community members from Windsor Park talk about what a hero Senator Neal is and making sure that they are able to receive justice. So I just want to put on the record how thankful we are for her and how thankful I know the community members in Windsor Park are. Ultimately, we know that what happened in Windsor Park would not have dragged out as long as it did if that community were a white affluent community. And so Senator Neal has really stepped up for that community, and I just appreciate her so much. And I know that it's kind of an odd hour, so we might not have any residents here, but we are fully supportive of the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act and encourage your support for the continued seeking of justice for that community. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Spicer. I'm representing the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. These Nevadans in Windsor Park have suffered long enough due to government inaction, and this bill will help remediate the years of generational harm that have been done to these families. So, to be short, we urge you to act now to ensure the living conditions of the Windsor Park families and their financial well-being are finally prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Thank you for being here and thank you for being diligent. My name is Aisha Goins, AESHAGOINS. I'm here on behalf of SEIU 1107 and as the first Vice President of the NAACP. We absolutely commend Senator Neal for her hard work, her commitment to justice, and just for being the person who didn't give up. That alone, no award or reward can give her the accolades necessary for this. But I just want to pose a question. How much does redline really cost the people who have been redlined? And I don't know if there's any amount of money that can make up for that legacy, the money that was lost to those legacies. And so I just urge you to think about that and consider that as you're voting for this investment to make these people not whole, because we're still not making them whole, but so that there can be some legacy left after the detriment. So thank you very much, and I urge you to support.
You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Alex Pike with the Nevada Housing Coalition, and we are supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if we have anyone who's joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 393.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 393, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, one moment.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, good afternoon. This started this morning, but been there all day. My name is Frank Hawkins. I'm the Executive Director of Community Development Program Center in Nevada. We're a 501c3. We've been building affordable housing for sale and multifamily apartments for more than 27 years in Southern Nevada. I rise to ask you guys to support AB 393. Senator Neal, as everyone has said, has really been the champion to try to end this tragic, unhealthy, unfit, unsafe housing conditions that folks in Windsor Park live in. Every Nevadan, regardless of what their income is, deserves a clean, decent, safe housing 24 hours a day. Some of these folks have lived in these conditions for more than 40 years. It's not their fault that the water was extracted from the aquifer, and then when it was aquifer sucked dry of water, their foundations started to crack. It has been going on far too long, and I ask you guys to support Senator Neal's Bill 393. I can say one other thing about the park. As Senator Neal said, that goes back to 19, North Las Vegas, in agreement with the federal government, agreed to make a park to replace the park that they're taking part of for Cheyenne to expand North Fifth. I haven't talked to the city of North Las Vegas, but I do want to say that to date, the state of Nevada Housing Division, Christine and Steve have been superb, working through tough conditions, and North Las Vegas to date has done everything they said that they will do. And I just want you to know this time next year, you're going to see houses up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for sticking with us all day. Do we have any other callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to opposition. Do we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 393? And not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 393.
Chair, we have no callers to provide opposition testimony at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 393, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone at the table here in Carson City nor in Las Vegas broadcast, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in neutral on Senate Bill 393?
Chair, we have no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. Senator Neal, I'm going to invite you back to the table. There was a statement made in testimony and support that it's time for us to prioritize this project. And I just want everyone in the room to know, and those that made the statement, this legislative body wasn't here 40 years ago when this happened to this community, but last session when it was brought to our attention by Senator Neal, we as a legislative body prioritized it then. And it's still a priority for us. There's some people, I'm not going to say who, wasn't even born 40 years ago when this happened. But this is a priority for this legislative body to make it right. We weren't part of the mistake, but we will be part of the solution. So thank you.
So can I just add one thing, Madam Chair? Number one, thank you. There's a lot of rhetoric that's running around that this project wasn't going to pencil and that I told you so because we're coming back and asking for additional money to finish the bill as written. And I think folks only saw the houses, but I think what they don't understand was that when we started the RFP process in September 11th of 2023, we then finished the RFP process in February 6th of 2024. Then in between all of that, there was a letter, and although the people or folks are giving praise to North Las Vegas for finding Jesus and coming to the table and working with us, there was an extended delay because on October 31st, 2023, North Las Vegas sent a letter to HUD. Then we spent time from pretty much August 24th of 2023 to June 22nd of 2024 dealing with the HUD letter and the HUD complaints over whether or not we had illegally taken the CBDG money from the city that they failed to report to anyone else. And that HUD then said, hey, I didn't even know you had leftover money that we were even having a discussion about. And so I think people don't realize all of the roadblocks that came into play politically and then all of the things that happened in the meantime and that we still overcame and found our way here. And I'm saying this because I know that that has been a running thread, and it was a running thread on the Senate floor when it got voted out, that we are somehow not being good stewards and not focusing on what needs to be done. And that is so not true. And I just wanted to put that out there for all the people who are going to future vote no, that it was not us not following the process, not trying to overcome obstacles, but we literally, obstacles were being placed in our way on purpose. And that needs to be understood, that we still found our way here, and Housing Division did support. And one day, the Lord is going to help me forgive the city that tried to take me down.
Forgiveness is a good thing, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Housing Division, Mr. Acroft and Ms. Hess. You have done an amazing job getting this project to where it is, and I know that the hard work that you will do with Senator Neal will be a blessing to those families. So thank you both for the work that you're doing on this as well. Members, with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 393. And we have the Senate Majority Leader here, so we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 434. 434 creates a program to award grants to address shortages of providers of health care. Good evening now. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Canizaro. I proudly represent the Senate District 6 in the northwest portion of the Las Vegas Valley and serve as your Senate Majority Leader over on the Senate side. Thank you so much for hearing Senate Bill 434. I never like to be the person coming up to the table to follow Senator Neal, so I'm going to try to do my best. But Senate Bill 434 is a really exciting piece of legislation and something that I am very pleased to bring to you today. And what it does is it creates a program to award grants to address shortages of providers of healthcare, or what we are calling and referring to as Centers of Medical Excellence, or CMEs. There's a global recognition, I think, and the members of this committee certainly know, that Nevada tends to be behind with respect to access to healthcare services, particularly with respect to provider shortages, expanding healthcare infrastructure, and advancing innovative care models. In our state, these shortages are particularly extreme in all areas of specialized care in particular. When one of our loved ones faces an acute medical crisis, whether it be in the form of a cancer diagnosis, heart disease, a diagnosis of Alzheimer's, or other life-changing or threatening diseases, we are often faced with the dire decision on whether to stay in Nevada, where we have an insufficient number of medical specialists, or leave, if that is something that we can afford to do, to seek care away from home. I believe that this is unacceptable and that it is time for us to take action, and Senate Bill 434 seeks to do just that. So currently, 71.9% of healthcare occupations in Clark County, 60.7% of healthcare occupations in Washoe County, and 82% of healthcare occupations in Nevada's rural counties are below the national average of the concentration of professionals compared to the number of Nevadans. In simple terms, we are behind as a state. Nevada ranks 45th in the United States for active physicians per 100,000 population, 48th for primary care physicians, and 49th for general physicians. Currently, in 33 of 39 specialty areas, per capita rates in Nevada are below the national average, including radiation oncology, cardiovascular disease, and neurological surgery. And in 25 of 39 specialty areas, the number of physicians has not kept pace with the population growth over the past decade. In an effort to address these issues, Senate Bill 434 introduces a statewide healthcare access and recruitment grant program to provide financial incentives for healthcare access and healthcare workforce expansion. Senate Bill 434 allows, with approval of the Interim Finance Committee, for transfers of surplus prescription drug rebate monies in an amount that cannot exceed $25 million per each fiscal year. In future biennia, the grant program would be funded via a transfer of 0.5% of the total anticipated revenues for the state general fund. Not only do we need to address the shortages of healthcare providers we face, but we want to attract the best and brightest in the nation. And so as a generational investment in healthcare, Senate Bill 434 sets out to address the challenges we face as a state with a mechanism that incentivizes the emergence of centers of medical excellence to establish a complete healthcare system that Nevada deserves. Madam Chair, I would note that this bill would allow for any individual entity that might qualify under the provisions of the bill, of which we have placed parameters for who would qualify for these grant funds, in an attempt to make sure that we are assessing and appropriately addressing needs throughout the community, that they could come and use whatever funds may reside in that account. The account is a maximum of $60 million, and that transfer would not trigger if there was less than $1 billion in the rainy day fund. So we've tried to place some mechanisms on this for future funding pieces, that we're not just taking unlimited amounts of money and putting them into accounts that are not being utilized, but obviously want to provide whatever incentives might be necessary to help bring in some of these more specialized care folks. I will briefly share that even for myself, when my dad was diagnosed with cancer and it progressed to a point where he needed to seek care outside of state and needed to find a place to be that was not with us in Las Vegas, that was very hard. And it was very hard for us because those were the last months of his life. We should not do that for families in Nevada, and that we should do more to make sure that we can provide them quality health care here at home, so they don't have to try to figure out where else they could potentially send someone to receive that care, so that if it is the last months, they can spend that time with their family. And so, Madam Chair, with that, I would be happy to take any questions that you or the committee may have.
My question might have to be answered by DHHS. I am not sure. I've been on this committee now for 4 sessions, and a surplus of prescription drug rebates I've never heard of, so maybe you can explain that. And I thought this prescription drug rebates kind of offset the general fund. So if you could explain that to us, that would be great.
Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record, Nevada Medicaid. Yes, so currently in the closed budget that the committees have approved, we assume that about 25 million from our single prescription drug list, that we assume that we're going to be able to come up with them in savings and new rebates would go into the budget. Those are projected revenues. If as Medicaid does not spend those revenues, if we hit our budget projections, all of the funding we bring in from the prescription drug into that account, rebates would go into the general fund. This is essentially saying if we go above what we're projecting, if we go above that at least 25 million can be set aside each fiscal year into this new account for workforce. I will say, and it was in our budget materials that John Kucera walked through, is that our consultant found that each quarter we could potentially be saving or bringing in new revenues about 20 million a quarter, which is closer to 100 million. We put in our budget 25 million to be safe, but if we go over, this is saying that 25 million of that money, if the legislature approves an IFC at the end of each fiscal year, could be moved over. So I think, if I'm saying it correctly, you would still have the opportunity to decide in a fiscal year if you don't want to move that money over, you could say no. But this gives that body the opportunity to capture some of that funding to help with workforce efforts, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. So this is a bad budget year, and we are blessed to have a really nice rainy day account. That has not always been the situation that we've been in. So in a year where it's another bad budget year and maybe we have to hit that rainy day account, there's nothing in this bill that says we would have to make any transfers. It's permissible language.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So this would trigger that 0.5%, but if the rainy day fund is still over $1 billion, under $1 billion, then it would not.
Members, any questions? Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Can I draw your attention to page 17, line 17? Now, you can't say I didn't read the bill, because the very end it says 2017. Do we owe you money?
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member, through you, Madam Chair, to Assembly Member O'Neill, Nicole Catanzaro, Senate District 6. So I think you might personally owe me money, but that's a different issue. Yes, this is intended to be July 1st of 2027.
Thank you. So we will amend that to make the correct date. Members, any other questions? Assembly Member Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just had a curiosity. I know, and the answer could just be as obvious as where we're sitting today, just with our our structural deficit situation. But why is it, instead of doing this kind of maneuvering, it sounds like the goal is to have this fund at $60 million. Why not just do like a one shot and have it like non-reversionary or something like that, and then look at it to shore it up in years? Because there's a lot of permissive language. I was just trying to figure that one out.
That is a great question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assembly Member Bacchus, Nicole Catanzaro, Senate District 6. I think that you have definitely alluded to one of the difficulties with this bill, but I think also one of the things that we tried to be a little bit innovative on was trying to figure out how do you have an account that you could put aside funds that would allow for those matching pieces to come to bring in some of these types of specialized care and providers, but knowing, and originally the bill, I will say on the Senate side, included just an appropriation for $50 million and then some additional funds, and the idea behind the transfer language was that we wanted to be able to not just have a one-time fund that did one thing, because we know that there are a lot of needs across the state, both in our more populous counties and also in the rurals, that there might be different needs for different types of specialized care. And so we didn't want to do a one-time, sort of a one-time funding mechanism when, with respect to the budget situation that we have all certainly sat through this legislative session, it didn't seem feasible to just take a general fund appropriation and put it into the bill. And so we thought about where, if there was additional money, could we find it in order to fund this and allow for an entity to come in, or entities to come in and say, can we use part of those funds? And the goal, of course, was to make sure that we weren't just stockpiling away money in the future. So that's why you see that $60 million amount. But this was really an effort to try to figure out if there was going to be some additional funds that were not accounted for, could we then utilize IFC as a mechanism to say, if we wanted to take those funds and put it towards this as a cause, and eventually get both of those tranches of $25 million, if that happens to be the case that we are in, that we could use that. An entity could come in, they could use part of that or all of that as matching funds. We would approve that through IFC and hopefully to incentivize that, but that we were creating something that if, for example, we are not in a position where there is additional prescription drug rebate monies or where we would have to tap into the rainy day fund, this would not be detrimental to that situation either. So it was really a balancing of all of those pieces.
Assembly Member Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I think this question is for Ms. Weeks. I know there's been, some different conversations around various prescription drug policy changes, and I think some of those could have impacts on rebates, but not being an expert in Medicaid, could you just discuss if any of those could have, if there's some potential impacts that could be seen to Medicaid's rebate revenues that might impact this funding mechanism?
Chair, Committee Member Stacy Weeks, the record says a loaded question. I don't want to say some bills are not a good idea. There are some bills that I do think, like the single PBM bill, that will drive better rebates, opportunity for the state, not only for Medicaid, but also for the Public Employee Benefit Plan and others under the Health Authority to get more rebates. But there are other bills, I think, we have been at the table to say that those actually reduce our rebates and been very clear on the record that it would impact our ability to do things like this. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. That's all. Yeah, I know that's a difficult question, but again, just understanding that there's differences between Medicaid and other providers. So it's just helpful. It's just helpful for me to know, given the context of this as a funding mechanism, that some policies might have a positive impact and some policies might have a negative impact, and that's all the information I was looking to get. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. Members, any other questions? They're dropping like flies up here. All right. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for the presentation. And we'll call to the table anyone who is here to testify in support of Senate Bill 434. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jason Frierson, Frierson. I am here on behalf of City of Hope Center of Medical Excellence, simply to get on the record as being in support.
Madam Chair, Dan Musgrove with Strategies 360. Very candidly, looking at this bill in Section 10, I think I have a number of clients that would believe that this is a wonderful idea that our majority leader has brought to this legislature. As we all know, we need providers, we need folks, we need to build our own. This is a great bill and a great idea on funding, and we're absolutely supportive.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm standing by that it is still afternoon as long as the sun is up. My name is Sabrina Schnur, SABRINA, and I am here on behalf of the Nevada Primary Care Association, which is the state's federally qualified health centers. We are in strong support of SB 434. We hear every day from our members the challenge of attracting and retaining a healthcare workforce. To address this, MVPCA is focused on supporting any effort that helps the state grow its own workforce. We believe that SB 434 makes a bold investment in these efforts, and we are grateful to the majority leader for bringing the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Since we have determined it's still afternoon, Chairman Moreno and members of the committee, on behalf of the Nevada System of Higher Education, I'm Patricia Charlton, Chancellor, and as the provider of the workforce of the healthcare professionals, the Nevada System of Higher Education is strongly in support of SB 434.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, Chair, members of the committee, Sheila Bray, University of Nevada, Reno, ditto, we are in support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Madam Chair, Leonardo Benavides, ditto squared.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Zoe Houghton, representing the Nevada Nurses Association, with a quick ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, we'll go down to Las Vegas.
Chair, members of the committee, Samantha Barnes, BARNES, on behalf of Comprehensive Cancer Centers of Nevada, the largest independent community-based cancer treatment provider in Southern Nevada. We are here in support as this bill fosters collaboration and improved healthcare access statewide. We commend the majority leader's work on this important measure and very much appreciate the conversations we have had to make sure all Nevadans benefit from an increased access to care through these grants, with a recommendation to add required criteria to serve the Medicaid population. Thank you for considering our testimony. We look forward to working together to enhance healthcare access in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else in Las Vegas broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 434?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 434, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 434, either in Carson City or Las Vegas? And not seeing anyone approach the tables in either location, we'll go back to the phone lines to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 434.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 434, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 434, we invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 434.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 434, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much, and we'll ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. It turns out that I do not owe Assemblymember O'Neill any money, neither do any of we. As I understand it, and I was just informed, the language that exists in the bill that says 2017 is actually existing statutory language that was passed that relates to the remainder of that. And so we would not need an amendment because that is existing statutory language for the creation and the other language around those triggers.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 434. You just saved him some money. And members, that takes us to the last bill on our agenda for the day. At least on this agenda for the day. There could be another one. We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 417. 417 revises provisions relating to natural gas utilities. Good afternoon, evening-ish.
Good evening-ish to you as well. My name is Scott Leadham, SCOTTLEEDOM, and sorry I didn't say thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for very much for letting us present this bill to you today, Senate Bill 417. I know this is the last bill on your agenda and the last thing keeping you from adjourning this meeting, so I'll be as brief as possible with my comments. Senate Bill 417 deals with alternative rate making for natural gas utilities. Putting it as simply as I can, alternative rate making for utilities refers to different rate structures established by the Public Utilities Commission that depart from the traditional rate making process. This is also not a new concept in Nevada. Senate Bill 300 from the 2019 session allows electric utilities to apply to the PUCN for an alternative rate-making plan. That bill passed unanimously in 2019, and no one spoke in opposition of that bill in either house. This bill simply allows natural gas utilities to apply to the PUCN for an alternative rate-making plan in the same way that electric utilities can. After amendments in both houses, in committees in both houses, and particularly with a lot of work with the chair of the Growth and Infrastructure Committee here in the Assembly, which I want to briefly thank him for all the time he spent with us on this. This bill is essentially now a mirror of Senate Bill 300 from 2019. Alternative rate making creates more predictable rate changes and lowers administrative costs by reducing the number of rate cases that natural gas utilities would need to file. Fewer rate cases means less costs for the PUCN, for the Bureau of Consumer Protection, for us as a company, as well as for your constituents. Those cost savings are passed on directly to our customers. This bill specifies that the PUCN maintains full and complete authority over the rate-making process, and the bill also specifically requires that any plan we submit to them for an alternative rate-making plan for them for consideration must, 1, be in the public interest, 2, result in just and reasonable rates as determined by the PUCN, 3, protect the interests of our customers, 4, satisfy all the criteria laid out in the bill, 5, be for a specified time period, and 6, include a plan for educating customers on the plan we submit. If the plan does not result in these outcomes, the bill requires that the PUCN deny the plan. So simply put, if the plan we propose is bad for customers, it cannot and will not be approved by the PUCN. Just to conclude, SB 417 allows the PUCN to draft regulations and open a rulemaking process for the alternative rate-making plan for natural gas utilities. It maintains the PUCN's full authority to approve or deny or modify any plan submitted and has numerous consumer protections in place to protect customers. This being the Money Committee, there are fiscal notes on the bill from the PUCN and BCP. They do not touch the general fund, and those agencies can speak more specifically to those. And happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being brief. And there are fiscal notes on the bill, so I'll invite to the table the agencies that have placed fiscal notes on the bill, just to speak to your fiscal notes. I know there were fiscal notes put on the original bill, and then there's been a reprint as the bill was amended. If you could just speak to that.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Garrett Weir, Garrettweir. I'm the General Counsel for the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. And we do have a fiscal note that has been placed on this bill of a total amount of $511,904 for the biennium. That mostly involves, primarily personnel costs associated with implementation, as well as operating costs. So the personnel costs total $470,752 over the biennium, and include one part-time regulatory accountant and one full-time regulatory economist. The operating costs amount to $17,350 over the biennium, and that is primarily associated with the rulemaking, the adoption of regulations that we anticipate would include approximately 6 days of proceedings. That includes workshops and hearings, and noticing and publishing costs, court reporter fees, transcripts, postage, copying, and mailing, and the statutorily required LCB legal review. There would also be approximately $6,168 over the biennium for consumer sessions required by the bill. And that pretty much captures all of it. I think it's worth noting that based on, first, that the Public Utilities Commission is not funded through the general fund, as Mr. Leadham noted. We are instead funded based on an assessment on utility revenues. So based on projected utility revenues and the Commission's current reserves, we do not anticipate an impact to ratepayers from this dollar amount. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, I think you've answered my first question. My first question was going to be the mill assessment and how that would impact ratepayers. So you're saying there will not be an impact to ratepayers?
Yes, for the record, Garrett, we're based on our estimates of the dollar amounts and projected utility revenues. That is correct.
Thank you so much for that. And then with the part-time regulatory economist and the full-time regulatory economist, those are new employees you would have to employ, I guess a half-time and one FTE that you would be bringing on?
For the record, Garrett there was, I believe, a typo that occurred between versions of correspondence with the fiscal note that I think the underlying supporting materials and then what ended up in the summary maybe of one of the versions of the fiscal notes. I think there is either a pending draft somewhere out there in correspondence between the Commission and LCB where it's been revised to reflect that it's a part-time regulatory accountant and then a full-time regulatory economist. And those positions would be necessary based on our experience with implementation of SB 300 that, again, was referenced by Mr. Leadham for electric utilities to potentially engage in alternative rate making. We found that rulemaking to be extensive, fairly protracted relative to most rulemakings. We also, the bill does contemplate that any application that is ultimately filed pursuant to this bill would initially at least require simultaneous filing of a general rate case so that we can compare the existing rate making results to the proposed alternative rate making approach. And so that would essentially be double rate cases, which again are the most time intensive, resource intensive proceedings that we have. So that sort of peak deployment of our resources is why we would need those additional personnel.
And the staff that you currently have could not work both of those.
For the record, Garrett Weir, we are wanting to be conservative in what workload management looks like. We do have statutory timelines applicable to rate cases that take away from us the ability to manage that workflow outside of the statutory timeframe. So, and natural gas cases in particular, it's 210 days, and this bill doesn't propose extending that timeframe. So that's part of the reason, and we don't know what other types of cases may be pending for other utilities. So again, this is an estimate, but we would still have to come forward with the request for those positions over the biennium to adjust our budget. So we're just making an estimate and sharing that to inform you in your decision-making process.
Thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions? Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. I have first a disclosure and then a question, if I may. As I've stated a few times this session, I do operate a private regulated water and sewer company. However, this bill directly relates to gas, which doesn't have any impact on me, but I am familiar with the rate-making process and how all this works. I know it was mentioned NV Energy has a similar process. The small water and sewer companies also have a similar process that is put into place. And so my question for you is, and a little bit more to this, but this process should help ease the burden on the customers theoretically, because you won't be having the expense of a full-blown rate case going forward, which those expenses ultimately get passed on to the customers. And that's what I've experienced in my business. And so I just wanted to confirm that, because I don't think that NV Energy has ever actually used theirs. And I could be mistaken for that, but I just want to confirm that this, in the long term, will help keep rates lower for the customers.
Scott Liam for the record. Thank you very much for the question. And yes, that is the bill requires that. The bill requires that it be beneficial to customers, and that it have those savings that you get from not filing rate cases. There's an earning sharing mechanism that's in the bill that also benefits customers. There's the part of it where utilities front money and borrow money and pay interest or carry on that money. If we are truing up our costs quicker, that interest isn't being borne, that carry on that money isn't being borne by our customers either. So the answer to your question is yes, for those reasons.
You're welcome. Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick questions for the PUC. So I think it's just related to the mill assessment in general and what you stated. So the first question is, you indicated that because of reserves, there wouldn't be an impact to customers. The first thing is, can you clarify if that's for this biennium? Because with these staffing positions, there would be fiscal impacts in future biennia. So did you mean there wouldn't be an increase to the mill assessment for this biennium, or that you don't project any future increase in the mill for future biennium to sustain these positions?
Thank you. For the record, Garrett Weir. So my understanding, and I can get back with you to confirm, based on this biennium and future biennia, the expectation based on reserves for this biennium and projected revenues, but also just the growth in revenues for utilities, or projected growth, we believe that there would not be, that this dollar amount would not necessitate an increase to the mill assessment.
Thank you. And then, so what would be the impact? Can you just kind of educate me and the committee more broadly about the mill assessment? And so with those reserves, I understand that you have a cap, a maximum. I don't know where you're at in regards to that statutory cap currently, but I'm assuming based on some of those reserve levels and the money that's kind of coming in, that that assessment gets adjusted. So does it get lowered if the reserves hit a certain amount? Can you just give us a little bit of background on that?
For the record, Garrett Weir, and we're starting to get outside of my area of expertise, but I'll do my best. I think what you may be getting at is, obviously if there's an increased cost, it affects something. And so where that, I guess what this draws down is excess reserves. We are not able to actually spend our reserves until receiving legislative authority to do so. So it would essentially reduce the amount of reserves in the future. And if at some point there was a shortage in our reserves, that's where it would materialize. But in the short term, certainly we don't see it resulting in a change to the mill assessment rate that would be realized by customers.
Okay, thank you. I think the other question I had was for the Attorney General's office, but I don't, it doesn't seem like we have a representative from them to speak to their fiscal note at this time. So I guess that's it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No, there is no one here from the Attorney General's office to speak to their fiscal note, so we'll have to get back to them. If you could get information from them, that would be great on their fiscal note, but they're not here tonight, unfortunately. Members, any other questions? Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry I had to step out for a moment. I'm just asking for a little bit more clarification on section 11.3. It's on page 5. It's basically a reasonable investigation. It's mentioned on line 36. Who makes the decision of what is reasonable? Because unfortunately, and I know this is really a weedy question, but there will be some people that will say, well, I asked. That's reasonable. And other people will say, well, I had to get documentation and da-da-da. So what exactly is the definition of a reasonable investigation? Or is that a decision that the commission would make that decision about?
Thank you for the question. Scott Leadham for the record. And Mr. Weir can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that determination on a reasonable investigation would be made by the Public Utilities Commission.
Also, for the record, Garrett Weir, that is correct, and that is an investigation of the criteria established by the commission. So the commission would be well positioned to engage in that investigation, given that it established the criteria.
Thank you. So then, just to verify, understand that that's the role of the commission. So let's say the members of the public would disagree with that definition of whatever that reasonable investigation might be. Would they be able then to bring that up in a public meeting, or would that be more of a need to have a one-to-one conversation?
For the record, Garrett Weir, so in a proceeding such as this, the utility application would be a contested proceeding where you would have interveners who've demonstrated a direct and substantial interest in the proceeding. One of the participants in these types of proceedings is the Bureau of Consumer Protection, run by the state's consumer advocate, housed in the Attorney General's office, which represents the interests of residential ratepayers. So that would be that representation, along with other interest groups we've historically seen, AARP, other residential customers, small business customers represented by various interests. But all of those different parties, and we've recently seen some of the largest numbers of parties in decades, were dozens even. So these are sophisticated entities who have legal counsel and expert witnesses who provide testimony, cross-examine other witnesses. There's pre-filed testimony. So that once that evidentiary record is developed, the commission makes a decision, and then those parties to the proceeding would have an opportunity to seek judicial review if they're unhappy with the decision of the commission, first seeking reconsideration with the commission, and then after they've exhausted that administrative remedy, they can obtain judicial review.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I may be incorrect, so please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Weir. But with respect to the consumer protection, the expenses incurred would be cost allocated back to the PUCN. Is that a correct understanding? Because I'm trying to get at the Attorney General fiscal note. They didn't do one on a reprint too, but it looked like the fiscal note that the PUCN submitted did not change. And so the Attorney General's office submitted a impact of about $678,000 over this next biennium that we're budgeting for. And so my question for you is, would that be cost allocated back to the PUCN?
For the record, Garrett Weir. So just to clarify, so that the costs being the personnel costs identified in the Bureau of Consumer Protection's fiscal notes, you're nodding yes. So I am not familiar with the drivers of that amount. I don't want to speculate. The Bureau of Consumer Protection is relatively less resourced than the commission is, so there could conceivably be the need, and I'm sure they would explain what that is to staff up in response to this bill. But their expenses would be recovered through a separate component within the mill assessment that's levied by the commission. So the commission does set that rate and collect it, or require that the utilities collect it, but the component of that assessment that's dedicated to the Bureau of Consumer Protection is restricted and capped. And I don't have that number in front of me, but there's a statutory cap on what the Bureau of Consumer Protection can recover through the assessment. And so it would stay within that discrete category of assessment. So it wouldn't be commingled with the Public Utilities Commission's revenue assessment level.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division. As Mr. Weir indicated, there's two components to the mill assessment. A component that funds and is deposited directly into the Consumer Advocate budget account for the Attorney General's office, and that is where these positions would be that are referenced in their fiscal note. So that those funds do not go through the PUCN's budget account in terms of a cost allocation. They're deposited directly into budget account 1038, which is a Consumer Advocate budget account.
Assemblymember Bacchus, did that answer your question?
I guess it did, and I guess along those same lines, I was just trying to see how much, if that's even near the cap, or, and I don't know if we have that information, if we may have to wait, but it kind of followed my colleagues on with respect to that. That would be under the PUCN could carry it, is what Mr. Weir had said. I just didn't know where we were on the consumer side of it.
Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you both for being at the table for the presentation, and thank you for coming up to answer members' questions. And Mr. Leiser has more information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to answer Assemblymember Bacchus's question, there is a cap related to the portion that goes to the Attorney General's office. The maximum amount is 0.75 mils of the regulated utility revenues, and that falls under NRS 704.033. The budget that was submitted for the upcoming biennium, I believe that rate was around 0.65, maybe 0.64 mils. So I believe that portion is currently, not believe, it is under the cap.
Thank you, Mr. Leiser. We always appreciate you finding the answers. All right, we'll invite to the table anyone that's here to testify in support of Senate Bill 417. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carrie Kramer here on behalf of NAOP and in support of SB 417.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, Danny Thompson here in representing Operating Engineers Local 12 in support of the bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, Nick Schneider, Director of Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. We are also in strong support of SB 417. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chloe Chisholm with NV Energy, here in support of SB 417. SB 417 provides natural gas utilities with the optional ability to pursue creative methods of rate setting while maintaining consumer protection and transparency. We believe alternative rate making can be a helpful tool for utilities to plan for the future and continue providing safe, affordable, and reliable service to our customers, and we're happy to support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Nick Vasiliadis on behalf of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Union. For the record, anything that provides a little bit of predictability and stability when it comes to energy rates and utility rates for our members is something we want to be full-throated support on, and urge your support as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 417.
To provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 417, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to opposition. If we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 417, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Caitlin Gatchanian, Caitlin Gachalian, and I'm the Nevada representative for Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We are here in opposition of SB 417. This bill shifts financial risk away from the gas utilities and onto Nevadans, allowing cost recovery even as gas demand declines. As more consumers have moved towards efficient electric technologies, ratepayers could be left covering long-term costs that no longer make sense. SB 417 also undermines the gas planning process established under SB 281 from the 2023 legislative session before it had a chance to inform smart, cost-effective policy. We urge you to vote no on this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Christy Cabrera-Georgeson. I'm the Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. We appreciate the changes made so far to improve the bill. However, we remain opposed to SB 417. It continues to include formula rates, automatic increases to customers' bills that bypass the traditional PUC and review process. That's a serious concern, especially with a fiscal note that includes mill assessments added directly to ratepayer bills. Given the current context, any increase to customer bills is ill-timed. Nevadans are already facing high energy costs, and the recent overcharge scandal has only deepened public concern about oversight and accountability. Formula rates have consistently driven up costs for customers in other states, such as Maryland, where their rates went up by about 250% without delivering proven benefits. There's no reason to expect a different outcome here. Additionally, in 2023, the legislature created a new gas utility planning process under SB 281. That process is still underway and should be allowed to play out before layering on a new and less transparent rate-making model. We respectfully urge the committee to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Spicer, representing the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. Super briefly, I also want to apologize for misspeaking earlier and say thank you. I appreciate the correction and all the hard work that you have done on that issue. Also want to say that today we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 417. We do believe that this legislation will increase the risk to ratepayers unnecessarily at a time when utility bills are consistently one of the most unaffordable and unpredictable household costs for Nevadans and nationwide. We urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time and dedication to the people of our state.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kyle Davis. Today, on behalf of Solar United Neighbors, we are here today in opposition to SB 417. We appreciate the work that the policy committee has done, and the bill is certainly much improved from the version that they considered at the beginning of that process. I will keep my comments very brief, as I know this is the Money Committee. Our opposition stems from two main areas. We feel this bill is premature, as we have not fully implemented the planning process that this body considered and passed last session. And we worry that it opens the door to formula rates, which, as you've heard, we don't think are in the best interest of ratepayers. As it relates to the fiscal impact, we are concerned about the Public Utilities and the Public Utilities Commission and the Bureau of Consumer Protection workload. There's a lot that is on their plates, and as we heard in the testimony, if we're talking about things that require looking at two different rate cases at the same time, I'm not sure we see those same types of efficiencies. So while we appreciate the work that has been done so far, we still do find ourselves opposed. Thank you.
Don't leave the table. We have a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this would be for any one of the people who are testifying in opposition, but it's come up twice now. You said there was a bill last legislative session that dealt with rate making for gas utility.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kyle Davis, for the record, through you to Silverman Hargi. I'm talking about the bill last session that created a gas utility planning process. So deals with the planning process for gas utilities, which this is specific to only the rate-making portion of that. But we just feel that we should fully implement that bill before we look at other regulatory changes.
And so that bill, you said it was the gas utility.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, there was more to it. What was it about the gas utility?
I'm sorry. Kyle Davis, for the record. Yes, it created a gas utility planning process.
Does that planning process include a rate-making process?
This is where, sorry, Kyle Davis, for the record, certainly would defer to the PUC in terms of exactly how they define their planning, or which process is which. But my understanding is yes, the rate-making process is separate from the planning for infrastructure. But we feel like we should have we should see what that planning process looks like for planning infrastructure before we design new rate-making paradigms to fit around that.
Thank you, Olivia Tanager, on behalf of the Sierra Club, again for the record. As you heard my colleagues just state, unfortunately, we do still have numerous concerns with this piece of legislation pertaining to the fiscal aspect of the legislation. I know that this body is fighting very hard to make sure that we're lowering costs for Nevadans, including housing costs, which of course includes the cost of utilities, as you've heard other people say. In states where they've implemented formula rates, rates have gone up for consumers, unfortunately. As Mr. Davis just said, for the integrated resource plan that this body passed last legislative session, we are still waiting to see how that plays out. And fortunately, that does open up an opportunity for more transparency into the infrastructure that's being built for the utilities, making sure that that infrastructure is required, that we're not overbuilding for our needs, and that consumers are protected. And we would really like to see that process play out, and further would like to see processes that increase transparency, not decrease transparency, play out for the well-being of all Nevadans. So with that, we are in respectful opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. Do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 417?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 417, please press *9 now to join the queue.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jamarion Williams, and I'm representing Western Resource Advocates. I'll keep my comments very brief. Western Resource Advocates would like to oppose this bill. We just oppose anything that would ultimately increase prices on ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Do we have any other callers?
Very good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, Matthew for the record. I'm just calling in opposition, and I will diddle those speakers previous in opposition as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller?
Chair, we have no additional callers choosing to provide testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 417, I invite you to the table.
For the record, Garrett Weir, Garrett, General Counsel for the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. I'll be brief, as you've already heard from me regarding the fiscal note, but I did just want to, if ultimately the commission is tasked with implementing this bill, I wanted to clarify our interpretation of the effect of the legislation so that, it isn't ambiguous, that we do not believe that this bill would result or should result in increased costs to customers. There are numerous protections established within the bill that should avoid that sort of outcome. Certainly that will be the intent of the commission in reviewing any sort of proposal to avoid that outcome. I think earlier there was a reference to sort of exclusively savings associated with fewer regulatory proceedings. That's kind of speculative. We don't know how often right now Southwest Gas regulated gas utilities, including Southwest Gas and Sierra Pacific, do not have a requirement to come in on a certain cadence, so they could theoretically stay out longer. Historically, they haven't come in as frequently as electric utilities, so we don't really know exactly what the savings would be from a regulatory standpoint or regulatory proceeding standpoint for customers. However, there are tools that would be available to the commission that are contemplated within this legislation that could result in lower costs for customers, or at least avoiding increased cost. And those are things like recognizing the reduction in risk to the utility from an alternative rate-making plan. A formula rate, for example, to the extent that it decreases risk to that utility, well, that will be recognized by the commission in perhaps a lower return authorized for that utility, which ultimately could hold customers harmless, or they could even benefit from that. There are other types of mechanisms outlined within the bill that contemplate beneficial results of this bill for customers. So I just wanted to clarify that, if ultimately there is, want to avoid anyone having an expectation if this comes before the commission that it's going to result in increased cost to customers, or that was the intent of the legislature, because we don't see the bill as requiring that outcome.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that clarification. All right, not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas to provide testimony in the neutral position, we'll go to the phone lines one last time to see if there's anyone who's joined us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 417.
Thank you, Chair. We have no callers to provide testimony at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll ask the sponsors of the bill if you have any closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Scott Liedem again for the record. I'll be very brief. I just want to briefly talk about the bill that was passed last session, Senate Bill 281. That is a planning, natural gas planning process similar to the integrated resources planning process that electric utilities go through. Due to the timing of when we must file our first resource plan, which is October 1st of this year, and the timing of the PUCN adopting regulations for this bill, an alternative rate-making program or plan couldn't realistically be filed for approximately 6 months to a year after we file our first resource plan. So we feel like there's ample time for that process to play out prior to an alternative rate-making plan being filed and considered by the commission. I also just wanted to point out, similar to what Mr. Weir said, we do not believe that the passage of this bill in and of itself raises rates on customers. As it says in the bill, the commission shall not approve an application submitted pursuant to the plan unless, like I said before, it's in the public interest, results in just and reasonable rates, protects the interests of customers, satisfies criteria, specifies a time period, and includes a plan for educating customers. So there are consumer protections baked into this bill, and if the plan does not include those protections, the PUCN shall not approve it. So with that, I'll close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 417. Members, we're going to go into a work session. We only have one bill that we are going to work session tonight because we have to get to the floor. And you'll love me. I didn't plan a second agenda. Yay! But you're going to have a long day tomorrow. We'll open the work session for Assembly Bill 568, which makes appropriations to the Nevada System of Higher Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser, Fiscal Division. Assembly Bill 568 was presented by Chancellor Charlton on May 19th. The bill is introduced, provides total general fund appropriations of $57.5 million to the Nevada System of Higher Education for cost of living adjustments for personnel of various NSHE budget accounts. So, Madam Chair, sections 1 through 12 identify the specific budget accounts and dollar amounts for each. Members should have a conceptual amendment on their desk that's proposed by the chair. The conceptual amendment would not change the dollar amounts in Assembly Bill 568, but the amendment would revise sections 1 through 12 of the bill to remove language stating that the appropriations are for cost of living adjustments for personnel. Instead, provide that the appropriations are to pay operational and instructional expenses. In addition, the amendment would state that it is the intent of the legislature that the appropriations made by the act are one-time grants of money by the state to sustain operations during the 25-27 biennium. And the members of the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature urged the Nevada System of Higher Education to seek additional resources of revenue to enable the system to pay its operational and instructional expenses in future biennia. So, Madam Chair, if you wish, the motion here would be amend and do pass.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leiser. Members, we heard testimony over the course of this legislative session, the need by NSHE for cost of living, but we also know the situation that we're in financially as a state. To do a cost of living increase would affect the adjusted base for NSHE, and it would have an ongoing expense that would put us immediately into a structural deficit. I know, I think I can speak for us all, that's not our goal as a fiscal committee, and it's definitely not my goal as the fiscal leader of this body, but I also understand the position that NSHE is in. This gives them the opportunity to have kind of like a bridge money to make sure that they can continue functioning for the next 2 years. And I'm committed to working with them to make sure that we find a solution over this next biennium of how we work through this. And hopefully, once we come back to these seats in 2 years, we'll be in a better financial position. But where we were not able to give COLAs to state employees, we also are not able to give COLAs to NSHE. But we are finding solutions so that when we leave this place in 2 days, 3 days, we've tried to make sure that we've addressed some of the financial needs that are throughout the state without going into a deficit in our budget. So this was the best solution I could come up with. Thank you to our fiscal staff for helping me, our legal staff, and the Assembly leadership team. Are there any questions? Yes. Assembly Member Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just a comment. I want to echo what you just stated. First and foremost, thank you, especially the going home in 2 days, not 3 day portion. But I think we all had some concerns with this when it first came to us in the budget that we're looking at this fiscal year. And I do believe that this is a good compromise, a good bridge. And I want to say thank you to the chair, to our fiscal staff, and everybody that was involved in trying to make this work. I do greatly appreciate it. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone that did get us to this point.
Are there any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to amend and do pass.
Second.
We have a motion from Assemblymember Bacchus, a second from Assemblymember Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion does carry. And just one other thing I failed to mention, the appropriations that are contained in this are included in the executive budget, so we're not looking for additional funds. It's already there. And the motion does carry. Thank you. So members, that brings us to it. Public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to make public comment? And if you're joining us by phone, the number to dial in is 669-900-6833. Our meeting ID is 847-750-11432. Then please press pound.
Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. On behalf of the Nevada System of Higher Education, I want to extend my deep gratitude for your recognizing this challenge and appreciate the opportunity to work with this body and your fiscal staff as we move forward to address this hole that we need to fix prior to the next session. So on behalf of every faculty member and employee within the Nevada System of Higher Education, we thank you very much.
You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Constance Brooks, Vice President of Government Community Engagement for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I sit before you on behalf of President Heavey and the over 4,000 staff and employees that we have at UNLV when I say thank you. We appreciate the thoughtfulness, the consideration, and the several meetings that we had with you, Madam Chair, and other members of this committee throughout the session and prior to the session. We appreciate your dedication to supporting higher education throughout this state, and we also appreciate you looking at us as a partner in trying to find solutions that will allow for us not to meet this very moment again. And so we say thank you, and please consider us your partner. Thanks.
You can go ahead.
Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-N, for the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I had already planned a very short comment. First of all, you don't see us up here for supporting very worthy projects that just affect one or two campuses as the statewide representative of faculty. So our highest priorities have been very consistent over the session. First of all, campus safety. Thank you for moving that over to the Senate. And then fixing what you've just addressed, both on the state-funded side of the caseload adjustments and what you've just done, and thank you very much. But I'm also here to talk about the future. We've just seen the collective bargaining agreements that you're dealing with and trying to do something about. I represent a group of state employees who are not able to collectively bargain, and also there are other classified colleagues who happen to be not in bargaining units, and the same cost of living has increased for them. The PERS increase is going up for them. And so as we go through these last few days, I hope you will also keep in mind all the folks of state employees that are not covered by those issues. Thank you.
Mr. Irving, we are trying to work miracles up here, but there's limit to the wings that we're wearing. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to make public comment at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Our public lines are open and working. However, there are no callers to provide comment at this time.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the last item on our agenda, and I did not make the second agenda as I told you we would, but we will be here for a very long day tomorrow. We will be going on the floor. I don't know how long, so we will start our meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. So with that, our meeting's adjourned.